Alright, welcome back guys to another AC day. Today we will be starting our playthrough of Assassin's Creed Syndicate from 2015. And yeah, we're gonna do the full sync and all of our missions playthrough, as well as an in-depth kind of like dive into the story. So we're gonna be reading all of the database entries regarding events, characters, and anything of like story relevance. And yeah, really like try to get like the whole story. And yeah, I'm super excited to be playing this game because I actually quite enjoy Syndicate. It's by far my favorite Quebec production so far. Of course, the team behind also Odyssey, Tyranny of King Washington, Freedom Cry, and a couple of other stuff. So yeah, not exactly my favorite AC games, but they definitely do know how to make like a fun experience. And Syndicate definitely has been my favorite in that regard. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Hey the list. Jay, how's it going, dude? Hey the aura. I love this game so much. Yeah, Syndicate is great. I really enjoy it. Like being like so similar enough to Unity, but really trying its own thing and being like a bit more modern. But there's still a satisfying Assassin's Creed experience, I think. But yeah, before we go ahead and head into the game and make a start, we're gonna be watching a couple of YouTube videos. Because as I like to do since recently, I kind of want to watch trailers and promotion material before we actually start the game. So we get like a proper look at how the game has been, I guess, introduced and kind of like how it turned out to be, right? Which I think is always like interesting seeing in retrospective what developers also promise, I guess, but also what they are willing to talk about before a game ultimately releases. And yeah, we're gonna be starting with the world premiere. That's actually the first like Syndicate video that Ubisoft released. It's from, let's see, the 12th of May 2015. Damn, that's like more than 7 years ago. Time flies. It's a bit of a longer video, but it's like the first kind of like introduction / deep dive into explaining the setting and the motivation and stuff. Also showcasing the team Ubisoft Quebec behind it. And once you have watched this, you're gonna watch a couple trailers and then we will jump into the game. I'm gonna be in chat and mute myself while this is playing, but we're gonna definitely talk about it maybe in between video or at the end. So yeah, hope you enjoy this first introduction to Syndicate, and I'll be in chat.
Peggy 18.
My name is François Pelin. I'm executive director for the studio and senior producer on the new project.
My name is Marc-Alexis Côté, and I'm a creative director at Ubisoft Quebec City.
We're in the middle of production for the new Assassin's Creed game. There's hundreds of people working on the project. They're super, super hungry to work on this game and to take the leadership. There's that passion, not just to make it differently, but as well to make it their own. So today we'll be talking about the new period for the game, the new assassin, what's his motivation, and we will show you a walkthrough of the game. Super excited to present to you and to announce the new installment of Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
London, 1868, the center of the industrialized world. Profits see progress while workers never sleep. Slavery not only comes through irons and chains, but through our very struggle to survive. Time for a change. Enough of those who seek only their own gain. We're amidst an industrial revolution. The telegraph, electricity, are changing the way that we live, shaping our future. But it must be a future for everyone. A different revolution is rising, more subtle. A blaze from the ashes of an old brotherhood. We shall rise. Street gangs will be our armies. The slums our fortress. They say this is the modern era. I say it's time for a rebirth. And we shall lead the way.
So, Assassin's Creed Syndicate takes place in London in 1868. The Industrial Revolution, in essence, is society going from almost a medieval society to the modern society in which we live in today. It's an increase in productivity that's never been seen before in the history of mankind. You see transportation breaking through. In the span of a few years, enough railroads were constructed to go around the circumference of the Earth. It's a world that's ruled by science. We'll see tons of progress in medicine that prolongs the lifetime of people from about 20 years old to 50 years old. It's a world that's no longer ruled by kings or by religion. It's a world that's ruled by money. And this is something that completely changes society. You have the upper classes, which still rule the city because they are the ones who have the right to vote. So the fate of the lower classes was pretty much to either work hard and to die young, or to resort to something new. But the industrial era sees the birth of organized crime, a bit as we know it today. It's really a concept that takes root in the Victorian era. People would band together to try to defend their common interests in what we could call syndicates.
So the new assassin of Assassin's Creed Syndicate, his name is Jacob Fry. Jacob is a born and raised assassin. He's going to have allies that are the street gangs of London. Evie is twin sister of Jacob. She's the more calculated, the more rational personality. She's the one that's going to guide Jacob through his quest to free up London.
Jacob will always approach the situation with a really hands-on and head-on approach. So he will be more brash, more brutal, more confrontational. He's all about the thrill. He's all about the chase. Assassin's Creed Syndicate will be the fastest-paced Assassin's Creed that we've ever built. The speed of combat in Assassin's Creed Syndicate has changed from the past. We are making combat much more closer range than ever in the past. The reason we're doing this is that the Victorian era has changed the way we think about weapons. You can no longer walk down the streets with a sword at your hip. You would be arrested. People fought with hidden knives, hidden blades, with brass knuckles. So there's a lot of freedom for the player to create chaos. We are making combat much more like a brawl in which you have to control the crowd and jump from one enemy to another enemy. One of the key innovations of Assassin's Creed Syndicate is its traffic system, and it's going to open up so many more gameplay possibilities. Players can jump on top of vehicles, they can drive them, they can integrate them to parkour. They can kill and assassinate people from vehicles. It makes the combat much more faster paced, but also more brutal and more lethal than ever before. Let me show you what I mean in this first gameplay walkthrough of Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
It's reckless.
It's clever. The Blighters control every criminal enterprise in the city. If they work for us...
Yes, but they work for the Templars.
No, they're paid off by the Templars. Slight difference. If we take control of the gangs, we take control of London from the bottom up.
You are talking about building yourself an army. Miss Fry, tell him this is complete madness.
You'd need to consolidate your control. I can keep the rival gangs and the police from sweeping in and seizing the territory.
You can't very well send Bloody Nora an engraved invitation. We have no idea where they hold up.
Yeah, we do.
You found them?
The Blighters are operating out of the rookery. Bloody Nora will be there.
Good work, Clara. Tremendous work.
Jacob!
Can't talk now, Henry. Duty calls. To your health.
Apologies, Mr. Green.
We are now in the City of London, one of the 7 boroughs that you'll experience in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. The City of London was the economic and financial heart of London in the 19th century. The borough fully embodies the hustle and bustle spirit associated with Victorian London. Booming businesses, busy sidewalks, and even busier streets. New to our game are iconic modes of transportation, including trains and carriages. Omnipresent in Victorian London, carriages will change how you play Assassin's Creed. You can take the reins and traverse the city faster than ever before. You can also hide in them, adding another tool to your stealth game, or run over targets and enemies. The possibilities are endless. In this mission, Jacob wants to take over one of the Templars' control gangs in order to build an army against the Templars that run the city. To do so, he will need to conquer the borough by dislodging the enemy gang from their stronghold. Not unlike big cities today, rich and poor share the same environment. Even the richest neighborhood, like Westminster, had areas where the police would not dare set foot. These slums were where street gangs ruled. With the simple push of a button, we'll activate stealth mode as we are entering enemy-controlled territory. Also new to our game, the rope launcher will change the way you navigate throughout the city. With this new tool, you can climb the highest building in seconds or zip line from rooftop to rooftop. Let's trigger Eagle Vision to study our surroundings. We can see that one of our allies is in trouble. Let's give him a hand. We first need to eliminate the lookout to make sure he doesn't call reinforcements. The throwing knives will take him out silently.
Well, that doesn't look entirely honest.
We are facing a lot of enemies, so the head-first approach is probably not a good idea. Also new to our game is the ability to use the environment to take out your enemies. Another one of our allies is in trouble. Let's take care of this before it's too late for him.
Are you in danger, citizen?
Don't look the slightest bit disreputable.
Please don't start any trouble.
Here now.
Now that our ally is free,
Thanks for the help, boss.
we'll ask him to assist us in our fight for this slum. Here is the stronghold leader, highlighted in yellow. Let's try to take him out with stealth, as he is more dangerous than common thugs. We'll use the hallucinogenic darts to turn our enemies against one another. This slum is now won, and your gang occupies the territory.
Well, well, the assassins have come crawling out of their holes, have they? Damn it, boys! Deal with this!
We were caught in a trap orchestrated by Bloody Nora, one of the 7 Templar gang leaders. Her rule of the borough has been one of cruelty and suffering. We need to take her out once and for all.
Let's go. Come on! Faster! Go! Yep.
Bloody Nora's thugs are trying to make sure you don't get to her, ramming our carriage to kill her. Our carriage has taken some damage but seems to be holding up. We made it to the gang war, an all-out confrontation between your gang and your rival for the ultimate control of the borough. Jacob feels right at home in these fights, thanks to our new fighting system, as it is faster and more responsive than ever before.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are Jacob and Evie Fry. And as of this moment, you all work for us.
The team is really focused and working really hard for the last 2 years in making sure that we have an amazing and polished single-player experience.
All the people I encounter on the teams, I keep asking to take good care in like the little street corner that they are working on, to try to tell a story with all the tools that they have, with the crowd that they are placing, so that the game has a story to tell everywhere the player turns a stone. It's an intimate relationship between the player and the protagonist as he relives his life in a pivotal moment in history. It's a completely new kind of Assassin's Creed, that it's respectful of the franchise, but that it transforms its gameplay in a way that makes it more fun than ever. I want them to feel like it's the best Assassin's Creed that's ever been made.
It's a bloody marvelous time to be alive. An age of invention. So many clever blokes dreaming up impossible machines, sorting away more gold than Queen Victoria herself. But none of those shillings ever makes it into the pockets of the poor devils whose blood is spilled building this glorious empire. The working class sleepwalks through life unaware of the machine that drives them. Let's wake them up then, shall we?
Right, there we go. That was the world premiere for AC Syndicate. I actually remember watching that back when live, even when this dropped. Was like super excited actually, especially after Unity, and especially for the setting, because I don't know, like Industrial Revolution was always like something I really fancied in an AC game, because I thought it was a nice kind of like bridge between old school style of AC in combination with like modern day. So I feel like this time of transition would have been really interesting. And yeah, it's quite interesting how they portray the game initially, like especially with the first cutscene, you know, making it seem way darker than it ended up being. Like definitely there's a focus on like, you know, the issues of a working class and stuff, but it doesn't really seem to be exactly the focus for Jacob and Evie as much as it is about the Piece of Eden and of course like taking down the Templars in general, which I guess in the end serves to the working class, but not quite as involved in those issues as they are in the ones of the Brotherhood, I guess. But yeah, I still really like what they've done with it. And also I guess the research that they had, of course, because it being so recent, they had like a much more to work with. I think something that might have been an issue with Odyssey because they used a lot less historical sources because there just have been less, of course, at the time. So they had like more of a freehand how they wanted to create this setting. Whereas in Syndicate they were definitely bound more to like historical records, which I think serves the game as an AC game. But yeah, I can already say I'm quite excited to get into this. But yeah, there's still some more trailers you want to watch. So what we're going to be watching next is the E3 cinematic trailer. It was always done by Digic Pictures, who have done like most of the cinematic CGI trailers. Also including the latest one for Valhalla. And yeah, this one is a bit longer, 4.5 minutes, but definitely a good one, so let's have a look.
I think you got the message.
Boss! Boss! Let's travel at Emmanuel's. Come on, hurry up!
The fun never stops. Come on, look lively, Rooks.
They tell me you touched the razor at the sound of the road cracking on your neck. They tell me you never give it up, like the song that was soul singing in your heart. So honey, please don't let go, or you fall into the dead of night. So honey, please don't let go. You better learn to fly, 'cause they're gonna point you up at the sky.
A letter for me.
Who the hell are you? Wait! Wait!
I'll let you take it from here, lads. Try the bitter.
Who's that?
It's actually quite drinkable. Go on, toast your noble boss, this thief of children. Or you could do better. Join me. Join the Rooks. Go get him!
Jacob, Mr. Fry, listen. We can split the money. I mean, just take it all.
Rooks with me.
I'm going with a rook. Come on.
Or soon enough.
Yeah, better pre-order now, guys.
This is for the play.
Otherwise you don't get the Charles Dickens and Darwin missions.
As far back as I can remember, I wanted to be part of London.
Part of the world's greatest city at its grandest moment.
And if you believe that, you're a bloody fool.
Science, technology, progress.
It's a devil's deal.
It's how we build a better world.
When you steal from the rich, it's criminal. But stealing from the poor, that's capitalism.
So we fight for justice.
We fight to survive.
You might not be looking for war, but war is looking for you.
If it finds me, I'll bring the lads.
For my brother.
For my sister.
For London.
For family.
It's kind of interesting how this trailer, you know, it's almost like indicating that Jacob and Evie are like, you know, super important to each other, which I guess they kind of are. But this makes it seem like they're super supportive of each other, right? Which is kind of like the opposite in the game. Like, I wouldn't say for my brother or sister in the game, surely. But yeah, it's always interesting, like the way they portray a game before it launches, because often, you know, those differences are quite interesting. Also, what I found interesting in the web premiere is how much Jacob got promoted. Like, the way they talked about the game, it made it seem like Jacob would actually be the sole protagonist, which initially was actually the plan, apparently, like in early development. But they later decided to go for the two playable characters, which I think also explains why Evie has less missions than Jacob does. But I think initially the plan was to have Jacob be the playable character that would, through his actions, bring London more towards chaos. And Evie then would have to work in the background to kind of like sort out his issues, I guess. Yeah. Maybe they're just out here supporting the working class. Indeed. Okay, so there's still a few more trailers here. There's one for Evie and for Jacob. Then we still got some TV spots. And I think the DB trailer we already have seen in the web premiere. But yeah, let's have a look at Evie's and Jacob's trailer here. And then at some of the TV spots. Yeah, I mean, that's really a common theme with Ubisoft, right? They usually promote the male character more. Like, they did the same in Odyssey, where in all of the promotion material, like you could 80% see Alexis, 20% maybe Cassandra. I guess because of a cliche of like, you know, a Spartan soldier. But yeah, in the end, you know, Cassandra ended up being the canon choice, and then we had Valhalla, where they also showcased, you know, male Eivor and the first concept art that was like part of the review for Valhalla. Then in the cinematic trailer, they had only male Eivor for the longest time. And then again, you know, Eivor turned out to be a female canon character. Kind of is a shame, you know, because if you make a character already canon, then you might as well promote the character mainly in the gender that is canon. But yeah, that's just my opinion. Because when it was a new feature to switch between the two, people got upset because it felt rushed. Yeah, it definitely was, I think, a bit of a short time decision. Because, I mean, this released in like May of the same year, and they only promote Jacob, pretty much, for gameplay. Yeah, they did say that female characters don't sell as well as male characters. But yeah, I think that's not the case anymore. I mean, there was certainly a bias towards male characters for a long time. Also like in surveys and stuff. But obviously there's been like more and more female gamers as well, and I think like on statistics, like given like all of the gamers, I think it's pretty much 50-50 at this point. Like percentage-wise, so yeah. And the other thing is like, does the gender really matter that much, you know? Like, look at Uncharted, look at Tomb Raider, they're like super similar games. They both have two different gender characters and they're both beloved, so I don't see any reason to make a decision based on a gender, to be honest, you know. I think people will enjoy it either way. But yeah. Let's go ahead and watch some more trailers. First for Evie, then for Jacob. Holy shit. That kill. I like how she puts on the hood after the combat. Or kind of like doing the pose as well. I wonder if the Jacob trailer also has been in...
No matter how...
Okay, oh, that's a different one. Let's have a look at that.
London, centre of the world, a city of wealth and opportunity for some, exploitation and squalor for others.
I wish that I was in your shoes.
This city and its dark underside, it's there for the taking.
It's not easy to trust. I wanna love you, but
And I know just the person to help me. No matter how rich your foes.
The man is clearly an anarchist!
No matter how deadly.
Your move, Jacob, my dear! Burn!
We will not fail.
Assassin Christmas.
With every swing of my fist, I'll break their control. And together, we'll take back London.
It's so funny how he does leap of faith with a head on. I didn't decide him to give him a hood for that move. It's like, yeah, good luck not having that fall off doing a leap of faith. Alright, I think I'm actually gonna leave TV spots for later, just so we don't have like an overload of like trailers. We're gonna watch one more thing, and then we're gonna watch the other trailers at a later point in the playthrough once you have a look at the making of the game. But yeah, there's kind of like one last kind of like animated movie, short movie of 4 minutes. That's very similar to the one made by Rob Zombie for Unity. And yeah, this one is kind of like made by F. Gary Gray, which I think is also a comic book guy. Award-winning director of the Universal Picture biopic Straight Outta Compton. Damn. I didn't realize that. Illustrated by Lucasfilm certified comic book artist Bob Mann, the animated short follows the story of the Industrial Revolution in London, 1868, and the birth of organized crime led by Assassin's Creed Syndicate protagonist Jacob Fry and his sister Evie. See again, this is like July, and they say led by Assassin's Creed Syndicate protagonist Jacob Fry and his sister Evie, instead of like the protagonist. They really promote Jacob Fry, and maybe at this point they still had the intention to make him the sole playable character. I actually wonder. Or maybe they just intentionally, you know, promoted Jacob more than Evie, and already worked on having the 2 playable characters, which would be kinda, I don't know. How I feel about that, you know, actively advertising the game different than it turns out to be. Maybe he taped it down. Yeah, that's how it holds. All the parkour moves and stuff. And yeah, I can definitely understand the love for Evie. I think she's a really cool character. The love that she definitely cares about like the Brotherhood and the Creed and stuff. Also that her playstyle is more towards stealth. But yeah, let's have a look at this unique animated short movie, and then it's finally time to jump into the game.
Life didn't always hurt this much. Once upon a time, the common man lived a simpler life by his own hand. But times were changing. The old way of life choking on the smoke of the chimneys. The woods caked in the black soot of the mines. Coal fueled the engine of progress. Brilliant ideas, like the steam train and its 16,000 miles of track. The world was transforming before our eyes, accelerating towards something much greater. An age of invention, where clever blokes were thinking up the unthinkable, sending messages across great distances, carrying voices through wires like magic, illuminating the streets and shops deep into the night. But the dirty secret of it all was the poor buggers in the factories, killing themselves in the name of the machine.
Stop slacking!
Lucky to see their 20th birthday.
Pick it up! Look lively!
The factories were no better than a bloody grave. Their deaths a meaningless sacrifice to line the pockets of the wealthy. I've seen too many starving families begging for scraps, while the rich stuff their faces. Too many women dropping their knickers for a shilling, while the upper class wear a king's ransom. People did what they needed to survive. Which brings us back to me, where the fun was just beginning. The working class had been exploited long enough. The city needed a change. But I couldn't do it alone. You could call us organised. Eliminating our rivals, reclaiming our glorious empire, one borough at a time. Giving it our best shot. Popping round for tea. Taking a stroll in the midnight air of jolly old London town. And with our growing influence, we turned our sights to greater injustices. The train baron. A man who put hundreds on the street because they stood in the path of his railway. A man who stole what he wanted from those who had nothing. But there was one thing he would never receive. Mercy. Well then, now you know what's required to join the Rooks. Are you in?
I'm in.
Welcome to the family.
Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
I'm in. It's so funny. Also, that overkill of a derating train with the guy up the front just like screaming. That was actually quite funny. I enjoyed that. But yeah, that was cool. Kinda wish they had more of these animated short movies for the other AC games later, like Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla. Would be cool because they really do like an effort to make it immersive of the time that it tries to portray. But yeah guys, this is all the trailers and promotion material we're gonna be watching before we head into the game, which is about now. So let's go ahead and start it. I'm very, very excited to get into this. It's also gonna be good not having like a specific order of events this time because it makes us a bit more free how we play and in which order we do missions. But yeah, essentially we will be doing all of the missions basically with all of the optional objectives as well as all of the database stuff regarding people and events and stuff. Okay, let's do this. Hey there, handsome shepherd. Welcome in. Thank you for joining and for the follow. I love this loading screen here for Syndicate actually. All of the engines and stuff. I kind of this to be like wallpaper background or something. Kinda cool. Damn. Immediate game crash. Okay, let's go ahead and restart. Yeah, Syndicate is a bit more prone to crashing than Unity on PC, so we can definitely expect more crashes overall. But yeah, let's see. I did a test run earlier and it was fine, so I reckon restart should do it. Hey, Varrot, welcome in. The Blighters did it. Yeah. I think we had something to do with it. Already sabotaging the rooks. Or more like the crooks. And yeah, how's it going, dude? I hope you had a good rest of the stream today with Zelda and Link.
The past is your playground. Abstergo.
Hello, Initiate. Recently, Abstergo Historical Research began several new projects in London. We both know that when Abstergo makes big moves, the Templars are up to something. We think they're hot on the trail of a new piece of Eden. I've got people in London looking for it.
Hey, Bishop! Jacob and Evie Fry are twins. How awesome is that?
Speak of the devil. Fire up your cameras, Bex. I've got picture. ETA on the payload?
Sending it now.
A lot to sift through. I'm gonna get the Initiates on it ASAP.
You look weird with a weapon.
Let's plant a little bug and see what we can see. Got something. Isabel Ardant has a meeting here in a few hours. Doesn't say with who.
Doesn't say with whom, Rebecca. I suppose it's down to Muggins here to find out.
Hold on. The mission was to find data to locate a piece of Eden in London.
We did.
And now, I am eager to try this new kit.
I don't like it when those two go off book like this. Well, all we can do is take a deep breath and move forward. You'll be searching for the piece of Eden through the lives of Jacob and Evie Fry, twin assassins who operated in Victorian London. Your first set of genetic memories are downloaded. Good luck.
Brother George, it is as I feared. London has fallen. Thrice I have written to you begging your aid. Thrice you've responded with silence. And yet I write again. So desperate my need, so few my options. I need you. London needs you. You would say it is too great of a task, or that it is not yet time to strike. Patience, you would counsel. But whilst you wait, the Templars consolidate their power. They have chosen a Grand Master so ruthless, so thorough, one might think Reginald Birch himself had returned. His name is Crawford Starrick, and he intends to rule the world. There is no aspect of society he does not control, no industry that escapes his grim touch. By day, it is corrupt merchants and venal politicians who hold court. Come night, a vicious street gang known as the Blighters strikes terror in the hearts of all. There is no business untainted by his poison, no person unexploited, be it by duplicity or force. Our enemy has designs on the highest office of them all. And so, as you look inward, and dare I say it, afraid, Crawford Starrick's ambition is fixed on the beyond, to kingdoms and continents as yet unconquered, though not for long, for he knows. As I have warned you, time and time again, whosoever controls London, controls the world.
Paris Ironworks, Croydon, 1868.
The iron ship's from here. The Templar running things is Rupert Ferris and our Target 1. Target 2 is Sir David Brewster, who's got his hands on a bauble that could ruin us in this wretched war. Think you both can handle it?
What a question.
All right. My mistake. Ladies and gentlemen, the unstoppable Fry twins. See them nightly at Covent Garden.
George, honestly, I've studied the plans of the laboratory and have every route covered.
And I've got all I need right here. I'll extend your regards to Ferris.
Chat later, George. We've a train to catch.
Jacob! Evie! May the creed guide you, you vagrants!
Poor man. More afraid than ever. The years have not been kind.
Evie Fry, where do you get it from?
The same place as you, Jacob.
Have fun.
Don't die.
How long does he intend to go on like this? He's disrupting the other workers. Shut his trap and get the machine fixed. And send me some laudanum for my head.
Coming right up.
Yeah, we're bringing some laudanum for your head. Add the hidden blade with it. It's a 2-for-1 special. Add some Shepard PC Master Race. Yeah. Yeah, the crashes are definitely a big downside for PC gaming sometimes. And like optimization. But cheers dude, how's it going? It's going really good, yeah. We just watched a lot of the promotion material and trailers for Syndicate. To kind of like have a look at how the game has been promoted initially. And yeah, now we have the start of it, and I'm super excited to make, you know, a comeback with this game. Been a while since I played it, but yeah, it's definitely my favorite Quebec game that they released so far. So very, very excited indeed. Alright, damn, your Wi-Fi crashed right when my game did. You were so confused. Damn. Yeah, it was the blighters, I think. I sabotaged both my game and your Wi-Fi at the same time. But going great, thanks dude. It was awesome to start Majora's Mask. It was such a great follow-up to Ocarina of Time. That's great to hear, dude. Yeah, GG's again on finishing that game. And that's great that it's, you know, a good follow-up. And like a worthy successor. But I gotta say, like, Ocarina of Time looked really good. I'm definitely interested in playing both games. Like, especially with the environments, the soundtrack, if it's like so nostalgic already, even though I've never played it. It's kind of funny. You always love seeing Sean and Beck get in the feud. Yeah, it's definitely interesting with Sean as well, because initially he preferred not to be in the feud. But ever what happened to Desmond, I mean, he talks about it later in Syndicate. The kind of like changed his motivation, I guess, to also go out and do something. Rather than just doing the coordination stuff from the computer. Hey there, Eline. Welcome in. Indeed, at the very start of Syndicate. Hope you're doing well. But nice, great idea to watch more behind the scenes stuff before. Would agree this game is Quebec's best. Yeah. Yeah, they really tried to pay respect to the franchise, I think, but also developing new ideas. And I think that still works really well, like even as an AC game, for most part. Yeah, eventually. I mean, there's still so much I want to be playing. But yeah, it looks like good fun. So before we go and do anything here, let's have a look at the database, because we already have quite a few here. Evie Fry was born 4 minutes before her brother Jacob, and she never let him forget it. She was fierce from the moment she gasped and kicked her way into life, shattering the peaceful silence of a gracious country home. Jacob and Evie's mother Cecily died in childbirth. She was the only daughter of an English steelworks manager based on the Rhondda Valley in South Wales. Her mother was a Welsh stock, their father even accepted his mother-in-law's offer to raise the children until the age of 6. He then took charge of their upbringing at his home in Crawley. Her father raised Evie and her brother to join the Assassin's Order. It was a dangerous time for the Assassins in England, as the Templars tried to extend their stranglehold on London to the surrounding countryside. Evie was studious and technical. She gravitated towards the more theoretical and organizational parts of the organization, and specialized in research with a side interest in Pieces of Eden. Ethan instilled in his children a strong sense of social duty, the idea that the assassins should help the people to be free, rather than solely act as agents to take down oppressive forces. While Jacob rebelled against his father's schooling, Evie relished his lessons. His teachings became a cornerstone of Evie's personal creed. Her first assassination was the mill owner who was abusing and refusing to pay his staff. The incoming owner, a member of a brotherhood, improved conditions greatly. Evie is valued among the assassins for her thoughtful planning, her ability to solve problems, and her ability to see the human side of any equation. Hey there, Levy, welcome in. You finally done wanted to procrastinate all day but had no time for procrastination. Then you started your lunch break and immediately had to go into another meeting like 15 minutes after. But you already finished the case collection for tomorrow, so maybe you have a little more time tomorrow. Oh, that's good that you could already do that. But yeah, sounds like a stressful day. I hope it's been not too bad. But yeah, welcome in. We're just getting started with some Syndicate. At the very start here, just reading up on the characters. Jacob was born the younger Fry twin, to a schoolmaster and his young wife, both assassins. His mother Cecily died giving birth. After being cared for by their grandmother until the age of 6, Jacob and Evie were taken into the family home at Crawley. A forward thinker, Ethan Fry raised his children steeped in assassin heritage, every night educating them in the ways of the assassins and the world. Evie soaked up this knowledge, Jacob paid far less attention to his father's lessons, and gradually came to resent them. Evie was always the good student, but Jacob was the athlete. He heard and obeyed the tenets of the creed and the instructions of the Assassin Brotherhood, but inside he was pure chaos, waiting for a chance to unleash his potential. While Evie dutifully practiced with her father, Jacob took to wild explorations late at night of the dark factories and gambling dens of Crawley and beyond. With his father's death, Jacob was finally free of his obligation as a small-town watchman. Notorious as the second best assassin in the London suburbs after Evie, of course, he was ready to face his destiny in the big city. This week has been insane and it's only Tuesday. You'll be lurking with actual while actually eating something. Hope this goes well. Do all the quick punches for me. The game was really fun. I definitely will do all the quick punches here. And yeah, that's the verse. I hope you enjoy the food and the lurk. Rupert Ferris. Born to aging parents whose attempt to revitalize their failing marriage with another child ended in divorce shortly thereafter, Rupert Ferris made no significant impact on the history books in any way for nearly half a century. But then, neither have you, so shut up. Ferris only surfaces as the newly minted owner of a middling iron factory called the Bow Rail Works, which he promptly redubbed Ferris Iron Works. Police records indicate that several employees of said factory died of exhaustion. Although it may have been consumption, both because the handwriting is tough to make out and because mostly everyone died of consumption or dysentery, consumption was far more fashionable. Regardless, employees died due to maltreatment. As the decade continued, the average age of Ferris's employees got younger, a reliable remedy for both exhaustion and consumption. Starrick purchased the ironworks in 1862, and folding it into his vast empire, and Ferris became a wealthy man. And what did he do with his tuppence, you might ask? Ferris is on the books both of a wealthy charitable society in nearby Croydon, and the local Bravo, apparently his other favorite cause. Which one he merely paid lip service to, we can guess, but may never know for certain. By the way, lip service was actually available. Don't cringe too hard at some of the writing at the beginning. Yeah, I would try, Levi. Yeah, I mean, it's alright for the most part, but there's certainly some lines that are interesting, to say the least. Hey, the White Monk, welcome in. Am I going to do the Jack the Ripper after the game? You know, it's just the add-on. Definitely, yeah. I'm gonna try to play it in historical order, so we go base game, then the Jack the Ripper, and then the World War I missions. George Westhouse grew up working in an old mill by the river in Crawley, and the monotonous labor wore him down like the grain he crushed under the millstone. That's right, I can be poetic. One day Ethan Fry rescued him from robbers along the river bank. The spark of adventure awoke in him, and he abandoned his post, joining the assassins. He ran missions with Ethan Fry and Cecily, taking his orders from the two of them, and slowly learned the fight. He was paired with the precocious Fry twins on memories. Once Ethan died, he became the senior planner, higher ranking at least in spirit, and is assigned to orchestrate their memories. All I can say is, good luck. And yeah, there's actually a mod that makes you wear this outfit that he has for Jacob, which has the hood on at all times. It's gonna be something I will enable later in the playthrough, but at the start of the game I'm gonna go for a default outfit so it doesn't look weird, you know, having the two of them, you know, have the same outfit essentially. But yeah, later on in the second or third stream I think I'm gonna enable the mod and make Jacob wear it for the rest of the playthrough. Because I kinda live with these top hats. It looks silly as hell. At least in like, you know, parkour and stuff. And stealth. And hey there, viewer. How's it going, dude? Good morning. Since I'm on this game and in this particular part, why is George Westhouse never mentioned, spoken to for the rest of the game outside or of the intro? I mean, that's something I ask myself, you know, because when at the start of the game you have kind of like Jacob and Evie talk about how they have to go to London and about the potential consequences it has for them, you know, leaving Crawley. I kind of expected the council to come to London and talk about it, you know, especially later when they mentioned to Henry Green that the council sent them. But yeah, I mean, the game makes no explanation whatsoever for why they never get involved, why George never appears again. In general, it's very little focusing on the actual Brotherhood, right? It's much more focusing on the gang of the Rooks. And I mean, the Brotherhood is basically Henry Green, Jacob and Evie, and that's it. There's like no other assassin in this game. Quite a difference to Unity, you know, where you had like an actual cast of assassins. But yeah, I think it's mostly just because they want to kind of like present the Brotherhood at the start of the game. But ultimately it's just about making you, or giving you the impression that you're part of the Brotherhood, I guess, and that's it. Syndicate doesn't really make quite the active effort, I think, about you know, telling a story about the Brotherhood rather than about the conflict between the Assassins and Templars. But yeah. Yeah, I thought the exact same viewer when I first played Syndicate, you know. I thought there has to be like some kind of like consequence for that, you know. Especially considering that George is like higher ranking than they are. But yeah. I know, I think it's also like a bit weird. You never thought of it that way. You guess the other characters are allies, but you think Alexander Graham Bell was an assassin. But come to think of it, he's never mentioned as such, and you guess is an ally. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely all the associates, I guess. Like, associates to the Brotherhood. Like, Eberline, you know, you have the child thieves. You have, as you say, Alexander Graham Bell. You have a guy who's like organizing all the tournaments and fight clubs and stuff. But they are never confirmed to be assassins, and I mean, they are addressed as associates. So yeah, you just have like allies, I guess, but they're not actually assassin recruits or anything like that. But I think it's fair enough. I mean, the game kind of like explains that London is basically in ruins in terms of like assassins. And that's their motivation to go there in the first place, right? But it's a bit odd there's like not any other assassins at the time, other than Jacob and Evie and Henry. Bishop. Here's the thing, and it's a thing that's that quite annoys me. I don't know anything about Bishop. A few years back, Rebecca and I stumbled upon a hacker collective calling themselves the Initiates. They built an impressive little network and had been spying on assassins and Templars alike for years. A few of them even managed to infiltrate an assassin's cell. I gave them a rousing speech, as I often like to do, and managed to convince them to join our side. Just like that, a new assassin network was born. I was kind of under the impression that Rebecca and I would be responsible for them. Is Finest Keepers one of the tenets of a creed? Maybe it should be. But along comes William Bloody Mouths, who simply said, "This is Bishop, and she's in charge of the Initiates now." And that's what it's like with Grumpy Old Bill, you know? He just kind of tells you how it's going to be. So that's how I met Bishop. I know what she does. She's kind of a central controller and dispatcher for assassins around the world. She makes sure that when a Templar pops their heads up, an assassin is waiting to cut it off. Or if there's a new set of genetic memories to synchronize, she finds us a helpful soul like you to help synchronize them. Which is all well and good, but I still don't know who she is, and quite frankly, I'm loath to admit it drives me batshit crazy. I joined the Assassins by uncovering the greatest conspiracy theory known to man, and yet I can't find anything on this woman. Everyone's got a theory. Kevin thinks she's a former CIA, my friend Harlan thinks she's a defector from Erudito, another hacker collective that no one's heard from in a while. Rebecca tells me that she actually knows the truth, but promised not to tell me. A pinky swore. Hashtag sorry not sorry. Rebecca. So yeah, Sean is basically writing all of his database entries, but Rebecca's making the comments. Is Bishop aka Victoria, or is she in the later games at all? I don't think she's in Origins, Odyssey, or Valhalla. And yeah, she's not Victoria either. Like, Victoria Bebo actually has been on the Templar side at this point, I think, still. And, or at least she has been working for Abstergo. And later joined the Assassins, shortly after Layla. But yeah, Bishop isn't really mentioned after Syndicate, I don't think. If I remember correctly, at least for this. I mean, this was also the same time as AC Initiate, right, which was kind of like a website, I think, organized by Ubisoft, and had like a lot of community involvement, where a lot of the things about Assassin's Creed were leaked, and where the community even had some kind of like influence, I think. But I think once the Initiate platform dropped, which happened before Origins, I think, Bishop also kind of disappeared, I think. Which makes sense, I guess, but who knows, maybe she comes back at some point. People complained about Desmond's story, but that was so much more coherent than what we got afterwards. Yeah, I mean, the great thing about the modern day as well was it flowed from one game to another, right? Like, AC1 you end, and then AC2 starts and picks up directly where it left off. Brotherhood, AC2 the same pretty much, you know. And Brotherhood Revelations 3. Like, it's, you know, always ends and starts with modern day and directly picks up on where it leaves off. Which really helps cement it as like the primary storyline, which it is. And also to kind of like really, you know, not have like any major gaps, because you have like Origins and Odyssey in comparison, you know, where Origins ends with William Miles coming to Layla and talking about how she could join the Assassins. And then you have Odyssey, and it doesn't pick up where you left off, where Layla was still like conflicted about joining the Assassins even. You know, like she didn't decide that. And it's 1 year later, she's fully convinced of the Assassins, has a training completed, just finds the Spear of Leonidas and the Book of Herodotus. It's like all happening in like 1 minute essentially. No character evolution whatsoever. Her kind of like coming over her conflicted feelings of joining the Assassins and leaving Abstergo. Like all of that just completely skipped. And it just really creates a dissonance. Because with Layla they really have potential, but then Odyssey just really fucks it up in my opinion. Valhalla though really salvages that and fortunately really connects to Odyssey and what happens there. Actually addresses the issues. But Desmond's story is still the best coherent experience, for sure. And I mean in Unity and Syndicate it's like so sidelined. That it's like really just far in the background, for the most part. Or you think I'm right, Bishop disappears after this game. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. I wasn't entirely sure though, if there's like not a mention of her or something. I think there might be a mention in the modern day laptops at some point, but I could be wrong. Isabel Adant, maiden name Chu, was born in Hong Kong and moved to the United Kingdom to attend the University of Cambridge, where she studied computer science. Isabel was the first woman to be recruited into Abstergo Industries by its Young Innovators program. She started as a digital archivist and worked her way up through the ranks, eventually securing her position as the operations executive for the Historical Research Division. Broadly speaking, her team manages and archives Abstergo's primary resources, genetic memories. She collects them from all the branches of the company and makes them available to one another. For example, when Lineage Research and Acquisition obtained Subject 17's genetic memories, it was Isabel who made sure that Entertainment had access to them to create a virtual entertainment feature. So she's like a bit responsible for Devils of the Caribbean to happen in Black Flag. Getting her hands on all of Abstergo's research meant that it didn't take long for the Templar Order to notice her. They appreciated her meticulous nature and brought her into their inner sanctum so that she could guard their most valuable secrets. Which, let's be real, hasn't really worked out, so that's great for them. Feels like they can't go 6 months without getting hacked. What you like to see in AC in the modern day may be wrong, but it's a great game. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the modern day is just a very important part of it, you know, it's like the continuous timeline. Whereas with history, just like jumping from one history, you know, period to another. And yeah, I mean, there always have been people who just were much more interested in the history, and I mean, quite frankly, I think the historical setting is a more interesting one most of the time. Like in terms of like, you know, having like something new. Because obviously we know modern day since we live in it. But the modern day on a story and narrative perspective is just so interesting. And if I just pace it right, then I think it really has its place as like a strong primary storyline for AC, rather than being like sidetracked or being in the background. And maybe with Desmond they really made people like invested, because the history had like a really big importance for the present, or I guess at that point the future. But yeah, that's always has been the strong point, I think, kind of like the multiple timelines, right? Because it's not just modern day and history, there's also, you know, even further back, the ancient times of the first civilization. That's one of the reasons why Revelations has one of the best endings in the series, is because it brings together 4 timelines really. You have Desmond, you have Ezio, you have Altair, and you have the first Sith, all in one cutscene together. And yeah, it just really, you know, creates all of these like feelings and connections that the series was known for, but that it decided to act upon less and less with time. But they do again, thankfully. I feel like Valhalla really was a step in the right direction. But it's kind of like questionable depending on the writers and the team, you know, if they're gonna like keep on going in that spirit, or if they're just gonna abandon it again in favor of like gameplay and the historical setting. Rebecca Crane. One key reason Rebecca is so great is that she traded the life of extreme sports for a life of intellectual pursuits. Rebecca might have been an Olympian if it weren't for her deep love of comical cigarettes and doobies, apologies for the technical jargon there, and a nasty broken leg, no doubt obtained by doing something utterly Crane-like falling out of a helicopter into an avalanche or trying to drive a jet ski through a tornado while eating a tofu burger. While recuperating, she taught herself to code and found her true calling as a maker of things. She provides tech support for assassins in the field. She creates and maintains our gear, even going so far as to create our own version of the Animus, which she named Baby. Did I mention she enjoys recreational substances? Don't sass me, you can't even make a cup of fucking coffee. Beck swears too much, has a very easygoing nature, but she's lost friends along the way. Clay, Lucy, Desmond, but she's never once thought about giving up. I'm proud to say that she's my very best friend in the world. However, she's also bloody annoying, and a vegetarian, so you can imagine how easy that makes finding food while we're on assignment. Death could be upon us at any minute, but oh dear, we must always procure bits of tree in order to sustain Rebecca. And you ruined it. Here's your punishment. John's birthday is the 60th of November, 1985. They're cool bags, and they happen to think I look quite good for my age. If you're fine with a good historical setting as long as the story itself is interesting, even if it doesn't really advance the overall series lore, like Odyssey. But we need to stop making the game so bloated with collectibles. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, more focused experiences would be better, and also having the games not be quite as long, you know. Like, even though it can be nice having like a game we can spend ages in, I think it's better to make the content meaningful rather than just be there to waste your time most of the time. And, I mean, if all of the content is meaningful, bloody hell, make the game 150 hours, you know? But if 50 hours of those 150 are just like going after mindless collectibles that don't really add anything to the story of the world, then that should be cut, in my opinion. Or do Sean and Rebecca ever date? They sound like an old couple. Have you ever actually played Valhalla yet, Aura? I didn't remember if you did. But Valhalla goes a bit deeper into their relationship and explains what you're asking. But yeah, I would agree that they sound like an old couple, for sure. People say Ezio's the face of the series because he got 3 games, but in reality if you combine all 3 games, it's still got lesser content than Odyssey or Valhalla. Ezio's the face because of how interesting he is. Yeah, that was also interesting to me, you know, when I thought about Origins and Bayek and how much time you have with him, and I was like, hold up, that's like the amount of time I spent with like Ezio or something, you know? But yeah, I think what also plays a role is that you had Ezio over 3 years of releases, you know? Like people were playing EC2 and then looking forward to Brotherhood, and obviously it was at the start of the series, like up until Revelations, you know, 75% of the games have been Ezio. So that's also one of the reasons why Connor didn't land quite as much, because people got so used to Ezio over 3 years of releases. And 75% of the story that they couldn't really adjust to like a new kind of like character that was like any different. So yeah, I think Ezio definitely has established his importance just by how much focus he has gotten this early in the series. And also at the same time as people really started to notice the franchise and fell in love with it. I mean, Brotherhood is still considered one of the best AC games ever, like gameplay wise. And obviously the Ezio games also really lay the foundation for the rest of the series, like gameplay wise, you know, like the home base, the side activities and stuff. AC1 was much more bare bones, but also more unique, I think. Because it really focused on like being an assassin Whereas AC2 already and Brotherhood later on really tried to just make it also, you know, a really good game. Rod, you like that shot of Bex? Yeah, me too. That little smirk on her face. Also, that's a classic look from AC2, basically. Headphones and stuff. The beanie. White Monk, now you got me going. What'd be great to see also how the fall of the others when Craig the Code AC2 loved that cutscene. Yeah, the glyphs of AC2 and finding out about the truth of Adam and Eve. Like, that blew my mind back then. You know. As well as the ending of AC2, you know, having Minerva talk about you, like, talk to the player directly, like to Desmond. And learning about, like, the first civilization and what came before, it's like a completely new world just open up, essentially. The games are so long now, it makes replaying them so daunting. You did play Valhalla, but you don't remember much from modern day, because you didn't pay attention to it, to be honest. That's definitely fair, Aura. Yeah, if you don't mind, I mean, this is a spoiler playthrough as well for the series, so I'm also gonna talk about Valhalla spoilers, so fair warning for anybody that don't want to hear about what happens in modern day in Valhalla. You have been warned. But yeah, Sean and Rebecca in Valhalla basically confirm that they are together at that point, and they're even planning on starting a family. Like, Sean talks about it in the database, I think, or somewhere, that they have plans like that. So yeah, they end up being together. Elaine, you just hope we find the long-lost son of Desmond somewhere and take it from there. And what is the problem? Amazing, let's call Yubi. Yeah, yes, Fua says there actually is a son that Desmond has. His name is Eli, I think. I think that's his name. And interestingly enough, he's also a sage of Aita. You know, the sage from Black Flag, from Unity, you know. Like, he's one of those sages, and he actually ends up assassinating Juno. Or assisting in assassinating Juno. I haven't read the entire comic, so I'm not quite sure how it got executed, but essentially the assassins work together with the Black Cross, which is a subdivision of the Templars led by Otto Berg. So they actually work together to take down Juno that came back to life, essentially. So yeah, there is his son. However, after that comic, he apparently completely disappears. Nobody knows where he's at and what he's doing. But there have been theories that he might end up being a protagonist for Infinity. Or that he would make like some sort of other comeback. But you wonder if Katie was invited to a wedding? The woman in AC Brotherhood that Sean talks about and Rebecca joins in the discussion of. Yeah, Kitty Cat, Katie. I remember that one. Yeah, it's so funny. Like, the Brotherhood dialogues are actually really entertaining. Also the whole, like, racist argument that they have. How cool would it be to experience modern memories of not only Aita through Desmond's son, but also memories of Desmond as well? Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, with Eli, like, having the option to also, like, potentially dive even into First Civilization memories, you know? Because he just would have a much stronger concentration. I mean, if Desmond was the chosen one, then, you know, Eli would be, you know, even crazier for what he could do. It was a big blow up. Yeah, it definitely was. Alright, so we got Sean Hastings. Date of birth, how rude. It should never be revealed. Never. I am your humble database scribe, a wordsmith. My name is Sean Hastings and I am an assassin, like you, or a little bit better. And like most of you, I wasn't born into it, I wasn't raised to join the Brotherhood. As a brash, inquisitive, and dare I say it, handsome young lad, I was obsessed with conspiracy theories and the unexplained. I started digging into the nasty bits of Abstergo Industries, of which there are legion, and intended to play the whistleblower. Freedom of information, huzzah! But all that got me was an appointment with the Templar Death Squad. Translation: Sean found a millennia-old conspiracy that reached the highest levels of power imaginable, and thought the best idea ever would be to shout and wave at it. Lucky for me, I was saved from a certain death by the technological witchcraft of one Rebecca Crane. She brought me into the Assassins, and I've been there, improving their lives, making entertaining chit-chat, and boosting morale ever since. All I do for the Assassins is build shit and save Sean's life. Rebecca. I mostly served as an historian and analyst for field agents. I have the gift for organization, you see. I'm able to see patterns and connections. As such, the Assassins would be lost without me, and they'd all be saying historian instead of an historian, and I would probably explode. But I'm much more than two wonderful forearms, an enormous brain, two twinkly eyes, and a talent for grammar. I've been trained by our grumpy mentor, William Miles himself, and I've become a bona fide field agent. I take great joy in striking at the Templars whenever and however I can. I've infiltrated Abstergo Entertainment and blew up a Templar lab, and I am really impressive if I do so myself. You may think I'm an arrogant bastard, but that's only because I'm smarter than you. At this one time I helped save the entire planet from a massive solar flare. But I hear you're a shit hot at video games and can walk upright, so well done you. You should be very proud. Yeah, that sounds like something Sean would write, to be honest. Abstergo. In 1910, a group of Templar leaders assembled with a bold plan for the Order's future to capitalize on the unprecedented progress of science and technology brought about by the Industrial Revolution in order to expand their already considerable influence on the world. This plan culminated in the creation of Abstergo Industries in 1937. It began as a modest little front company so that the Templars could accumulate wealth. After World War II, prominent Templars in government and industry helped it grow into a monstrous conglomerate with offices, laboratories, factories, and other facilities all over the world. In addition to their holdings in other major companies, Abstergo has a presence across all corners of industry, including pharmaceuticals, information technology, agriculture, energy, manufacturing, even entertainment production. To secure the Templars' control over the world, a great majority of Abstergo resources are devoted to locating and acquiring pieces of Eden. Most of you know the company from its painkillers, or fitness trackers, or more recently, its virtual entertainment features. Perhaps the handsome man served you a tasty coffee there some time. But what you may not realize is that they also like to build things like satellite arrays designed to control your mind. The vast majority of Abstergo employees are not in fact Templars, but rather honest folk just trying to make a living. Individually, any one facet of Abstergo business looks rather harmless, but taken together, Abstergo is the noose around the neck of the free world. In fact, that would make a pretty good slogan for them if they're thinking of printing any t-shirts, or anything. Pretty good summary here, I think, you know, describing how they have like control over several, you know, parts of society. But the people within it are being controlled themselves, right? They are not like actively trying to work for the Templars. They're just part of the machinery, essentially. Like 99% of Abstergo Entertainment is basically just like doing the job. And that's it. The Animus was a crowning achievement of the late Dr. Warren Vidic, the world's leading authority on genetic memory, who achieved a first-class degree in basket case studies at the University of Nutjob. Although the Animus is an Abstergo Industries invention, our own gadget with which Rebecca Crane managed to build a version of a device for the Assassins. Fucking right I did, Rebecca. Please don't use my keyboard while I'm attending to nature, Rebecca. Anyway, since the creation of Animus technology in 1980, Abstergo has used it on at least 17 test subjects, and the machine itself has gone through several iterations. By 2002 they began to mass produce animi, and installing them in their facilities around the planet. The Templars created the Enemy training program in order to train its soldiers, like the ever-charming Otso Berg, in combat. Early on, the enemies could only display the genetic memories of an individual, one's bloodline. However, as the technology progressed, Abstergo developed the Data Dump Scanner, which allowed users to relive genetic memories of other people. It was first used in Project Legacy, an initiative designed to obtain new information on assassins and pieces of Eden. Dr. Vidic used the enemies in an attempt to find an Apple of Eden to complete the Abstergo satellite project, when Subject 16 committed suicide, driven insane by the bleeding effects, the result of an overexposure to the device. The Lineage Research and Acquisition Division delivered Subject 17, a man named Desmond Miles. Although Desmond was able to locate an Apple of Eden, he escaped with help from the assassins and later returned to kill Vidic. In 2012, Abstergo Entertainment used the technology to create an interactive historical simulation, beginning with Liberation. Although Abstergo markets its virtual features as entertainment products, it's more accurate to label it as brainwashing, but also spies on you. But there's plenty of people in real life who have gone to that university. Oh yeah, dude. Especially Templars. Bunch of nut jobs. But yeah, certainly more, that's for sure. Helix is a cloud-based software developed by Abstergo Entertainment, enabling users to access a vast library of genetic memories that have been packed into virtual experiences. The various programs were largely Templar propaganda, designed to make Templar short history look great and the Assassin's short history look like kill crazy arse nuggets. And you know, maybe some of them were kill crazy arse nuggets, but they were kill crazy arse nuggets with more righteous cause. Lately, the cloud software has expanded to the company other offerings. They're very clever not to present themselves as Big Brother, but rather as Big Mother. All of the tech and apps present themselves as being better for your quality of life. Better phones, better wearable apps to monitor your health and well-being. They're even opening clinics in cities across the world. Abstergo Healthcare sounds amazing, but every piece of Abstergo-owned technology available on the market is sending your genetic data to the cloud, in one way or another. And quite frankly, some of you deserve it. You're all rightfully balk when a social media network wants to invade your privacy.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
But you gleefully wear an Abstergo body band fitness tracker and bore us all to death with your jogging humble brags. Well, you're literally helping the enemy by jogging, so for the love of all that's holy, stop fucking jogging. In many ways, the cloud is our new battlefield. It used to be that our war was fought in the real world, with really sharp things. Nowadays we win or lose by any who can determine the fastest. But while we have legions of office drones chained to their desks, we've got digital recruits, like you. And yeah, that's kind of like a strategy of Abstergo, of the Assassins. They use the Helix to hack it, and then to recruit people that are playing within the Helix. And to also like defragment the memories.
For me?
And show like what's really been happening, rather than what Abstergo is wanting you to see. Also, hey there, Sean. Welcome in, dude. How's it going? But may the father of IDOC guide us. Indeed. Into the hidden blade of an assassin. Right, that's all of the database entries. There was quite a bit to start with. Let's uncheck everything here. And there we go. Okay, so this we already have read. David Brewster we're gonna read once you go to his assassination, I think. Okay. Let's actually make a start on this game. 1 hour and 40 minutes into the stream. But yeah, I think we have a proper context now for what the game is about.
Locked.
What do you think you're doing?
Stop now, before there's trouble!
No one goes in or out, unless there's a problem.
I think that's like the longest.
That door opens, and I have my route to Ferris.
I think that's the longest introduction I've ever done for Syndicate. That was good. There's so much reading in this game. Definitely, yeah. But yeah, I really like when games, you know, take the effort to explain characters and events like that.
Always work on the fly.
What's that you say? That you are skilled operatives? Well, that may...
Looks like trouble.
The infamous fight trends. Hey, the Sherlocker, welcome into it. How's it going? Appetite is yet to appear as well. That's right, yeah. That's actually still a bit away.
Looks like he's up to no good.
We're ruined! We need repairs! Hurry, before the guards come! Ferris will have our heads! What's all this? Which one of you is responsible?
Wasn't us, sir. I swear it. He's telling the truth.
I'll hang you from the chimneys for this!
But we've done nothing wrong.
This is quite
Who are you?
The sanitary inspector. This man is dead.
You're the dead man!
Run along home, boy.
Here we teach you how to beg for mercy!
So there we go. Bit of introduction here to combat. Much more fast paced than Syndicate, than Unity. And of course the weapons are also quite different because the weapon right has of course changed since then. While in Unity it was still like allowed to carry like swords openly, you know, like especially during the revolution. In Syndicate it had to be concealed, which is why you have like the dagger, the cane sword and the brass knuckles. Kind of like hide, you know, the fact that you're carrying a weapon. It's something I quite enjoy actually about the weapon choice, that it makes sense for the time period. And that's good to hear, Sherlocker. It's going very good. Just getting started with some Syndicate. Watched a lot of the trailers and kind of like promotion material and had to read up on all of the characters, but yeah. Now we're getting fully started with the game. On our way to the first assassination here.
Ferris, I'm coming. Time to head for higher ground.
Return to your stations and trust that you will be taken care of. Mr. Ferris has mandated that those who work in the factory of mixture will receive double rations. Those who don't have trouble bother coming back. Supper has been cut back to a half hour. Use the machines carefully. Many missing fingers, and it will be your job that keeps missing. Mr. Ferris has made note of our decline.
Yeah, setting is great for this game, I have to say. Okay, we don't need any tutorials here. Might even consider turning them off. Or leave them on for anybody that may haven't seen the game before, so, you know, some viewers can understand the mechanics a bit better. But essentially you have like the vision cone, which actually indicates from where people are kind of like watching you. Which makes stealth definitely easier than Unity, I think, because you didn't have that in that game.
Something's going on. I think that's an alright moment in London, I suppose.
Good camera. Stealth. So we can basically enter stealth mode with A. We also get a stealth ring. And from behind cover we can also aim and do like cover kills. Very similar to Unity in that regard.
Airships. Who's that messing around? Oh no!
Ain't nothing good in knocking down an urchin like me. You don't know why I got him up my seat.
Another sad indictment of the state of London. Up to it.
I'll bet he's up to no good. He's too big to hide proper.
Harvey Walker, Lewis Morgan, Trevor Ward.
I'll bet he's up to no good.
Finally the accents match the location. Very true, yeah. Finally.
I want to play too.
I wanna play too. Do you think we're playing like hide and seek or something? Short time working and dangers about various hazards. Poisoning by carbon monoxide. Yeah, sounds about right.
Mr. Ferris, sir. The lad in the factory should be taken to be bandaged by the apothecary.
Fine. But dock his wages.
Yes, sir.
Shall we arrive at a final price, Mr. Ferris?
can stay down there.
Someone must be looking for him.
Of iron ore and will continue to generate a steady profit for many a year to come and provide the raw material to build several new trains. I expect a knighthood for this. No, don't write that. It is my hope that this good news may please you. I await further instructions. I am, etc., Rupert Ferris. Send it to Mr. Starrick, please, Mr. Stone. And how's your father these days? I hope the doctor I sent has facilitated a speedy return to good health.
Yes, sir. Words cannot say how grateful we are.
Come, there's no need for thanks. You and the others in this office are dear to me. Do let me know if there's anything else I can do.
Okay, just for context, whenever there's like a dialogue through like a story or something, I will try my best to hear the entirety of it before I do like anything. Obviously that's not always possible, or sometimes I, you know, do it by accident that something is skipped, but yeah, whenever there's a possibility, I'm gonna let the NPCs say what they have to say, and then continue. But yeah, in this case he's done talking, so let's assassinate.
It is done.
Oh? What did you accomplish, boy? A bolt loosened in Starrick's machine. A large bolt, but not enough.
Your Grandmaster will fall.
You assassins can circle London to your heart's content. The mechanism we have built has been going strong for 100 years and will run 1,000 more. It is the very city itself.
We will take London from your hands.
From Croydon? You lurk in the shadows like a coward. I doubt it.
Yeah, you're not going to. But kinda cool if you could like investigate with what he has. Find like information.
I'm but a meager servant of this city. Please!
You know what's ironic to that comment? A lot of the American accents in AC3 were quite off. Nobody speaks like Christopher Gist either. The worst accent ever. Yeah, that was something, wasn't it? I'm not sure about the American accent, but I do like that AC3 has like a lot of different accents. Like German, French, also like different types of French. From like Quebec to, I guess, Paris. Then of course like the effort they put into the Kaka language. But I'm not quite sure about American accents. I can't make a comment about that. Of the authenticity. Yeah, and it's so ironic with Christopher Gist because, you know, he's like also somebody who did like casting for voice actors apparently before. Or has been like kind of like a voice acting director of some kind. So him making the decision to talk like that is really odd. like a multi-key here. More than 2. That'd be cool. Never mind.
Lost your bottle, boys!
Well, we seem to have made an unscheduled stop.
Yeah, he didn't say that.
Maybe next time I'll walk.
An interesting detail is that you actually have no optional objectives with Jacob in the first mission. Or even you have 2, I think, even. I think that's also kind of like to showcase that Jacob doesn't play by any rules, right? At least in this sequence. You just play him whatever you like him to be. But yeah, that's sequence 1 already done. Both sequence 1 and 2 only have 1 mission each. And the second one, of course, is with Evie.
Yard. Guard quarters. Brewster's laboratory. This is where the piece of Eden will be located. No loose ends. Now, to decouple the locomotive and create a diversion.
Well, where is it? Huh? Where's Brewster's supplies? Meter. Who's there?
Time to deploy the diversion. I'm on my way, Sir David.
No, I don't want to do a quick throw here. Because quick throw would land me in combat.
Hello, boys.
Please, miss. Don't tell us yet. They'll send us to the lab. Be on our way as soon as the train closes.
Quiet.
Hush, child, or else I'll give you a right good.
Damn. It's kind of interesting how much better Unity's parkour already feels in comparison to this. Like not having the menu jump button, you know. I really don't understand why they took that off.
She's turned up like a bad penny, ain't she? I'll put 5 bob on things not being to her liking.
Ain't looking none too good for old Sir David, then. Get her out of here! There's a trespasser out!
Over here and hide.
Smells like Jacob's cooking. That should keep you busy while I head into your lab.
Follow me down the tracks.
You stay here and keep a lookout.
All right. I'll shout if I get any bother.
First for a bird's eye view. Can't be too careful.
How will it come apart?
Not your concern. Bring back the cargo.
Yeah, keep on going. There's one thing I really like in this game, it's actually the stealth. I mean, sometimes can be maybe a bit easy. Especially once you activate like or get a lot of the skills data. But yeah, it's really fun. Okay, so we do have optional challenges here, I think, but they still have to be unlocked. Let's get the bird's eye view.
I need 2 more weeks with the device.
Your questionable practices are beginning to draw unwanted attention. You have been given more than enough time to achieve results, Sir David.
I was unaware that you expected me to perform like a cocker spaniel.
Permit me to remind you of your obligation to the Order.
Miss Thorne, you ride me like a racehorse.
Sir David. I will return tomorrow. If you have not unlocked the device's secrets, forget your dogs and horses. I will leave you to the wolves. Good day.
I was merely promised a tour of the premises, my lords.
Who sent you?
It's one of Green's spies.
Get that man to interrogation. Then I want him brought to the lab.
What a pity. But no deviations from the mission.
Be an assassin. Assassins are stronger when infiltrating dangerous areas from high places. Use eagle vision to identify opportunities for stealth and assassination. Hiding spots and use of objects will be highlighted in white. you hate when you feel like a cocker spaniel, so David Brewster likes his metaphors. He surely does, yeah. Born the third of 6 children, the tastiest bit of a large family sandwich, to God-fearing Scottish Presbyterians who make really bland sandwiches, David Brewster was inclined to orbit greatness like the space station orbits the Earth, or Europe orbits Britain. At the age of 12, he was sent to the University of Edinburgh to join the clergy, which is exactly what we do with 12-year-olds today. Post them to Scotland so they stop annoying us. But this congregation would have to wait. Brewster became fascinated by optics and was persuaded to continue studying the diffraction of light, touching on such exciting topics as reflection and refraction. And are you still awake? Brewster quickly moved on to the laws of metallic absorption. Oh, you're nodding off. Well, long story short, he invented the kaleidoscope. That's fun, isn't it? Unfortunately, he didn't patent it quickly enough, and although it sold like gangbuster, he made very little money. After he partnered with like-minded clergymen to start a scientific magazine, the Edinburgh Journal of Science, and was knighted by the Queen, he came out as a very vocal opponent of evolutionary theory, which just goes to show that the clergyman who invented the kaleidoscope can't always get it right. Like an old man still playing for dial-up internet access even though he's connected to a cable modem, Sir David seems to have been built for a different era, that of Galileo. Although maybe not even after all, he did invent a telescope that looks precisely nowhere. It burns. Yeah, they really did, White Monk. It's very satisfying, and you have like so many tools to guide you as well. The Assassin Brotherhood is a secret organization whose ideology is centered on the belief that only free will can ensure the betterment of humanity. We have existed throughout recorded human history, locked in a battle with a Templar Order who believe, well, pretty much the opposite of what we do. It's why we fight. Here's a question for you. If both sides existed before the historical Hashashan and Order of the Knights Templar, what were they called? Excellent question. Shut your lips up. Weapon brotherhoods recorded throughout time, the Roman Empire, the Middle Ages, the Italian Wars, the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, were big on revolutions. But the one we're focused on today is the Industrial Revolution in London, where it looks like the Templars have a pretty firm grip on the city, the country, and the British Empire. It wasn't always that way. There used to be assassins in London. In the 18th century, the London Brotherhood was basically led by 2 people, a man known only as Miko and Edward Kenway. They met shortly after the latter returned to London from the West Indies, and for a time it seemed like the English assassins would be stronger than ever. Miko was a bit of a free spirit. He roamed all over Europe, searching for pieces of Eden, making connections and lending aid to various regional brotherhoods. I'm not sure if he was ever officially designated as a mentor, but in any case he and Edward weren't much for the type of ceremony. What Edward brought to the table was stability. He used his charm to make connections in the city, in both high society and the criminal underworld. Sounds familiar. Edward was murdered in his own home, betrayed by one of his business associations, who was actually a Templar. Miko kept about his business as best as he could, but he was killed by a Templar, Edward's son, Haven. With those 2 out of the picture, the Templars had a clear path to control London. In the here and now, the Brotherhood seen better days. The Templars won a major victory in 2000 and nearly wiped all of us out. But we've been rebuilding slowly but surely. We are establishing new brotherhoods in cities all over the world. We have a network to stay in touch with each other. And we have people like you, our digital data miners. You might not have knives strapped all over you, but you're making a difference. And I'm grateful. I would be grateful if we could come up with a new term for us that isn't brotherhood. Tens of thousands of years fighting for progressive and free thought, and we're still stuck with that? Rebecca. The Templar Order. History tells us that the Templars were a medieval military order first known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ, and of the Temple of Solomon. History goes on to say that it existed for roughly 2 centuries in the Middle Ages and were closely tied to the Crusades in the Holy Land before being disbanded after their leaders were burned at the stake in France. That history is a lie, written by the Templars. Like the Assassins, the Templars have existed in some form or another since the dawn of recorded history. Their ideology is centered around a perfect word, and their interpretation of that perfection often, if not always, involves absolute control over the freedom of individuals. The Assassins respectfully disagree. The Templar Order's control over the City of London, and by extension much of the British Empire, was like a sneak preview of the control they exert over the world today. In the 18th century, a Grandmaster named Reginald Birch managed to sneak into the life of one of the most influential assassins of the day, Edward Kenway. Birch was appointed as one of Kenway's property managers, but soon became a friend of the family, even going so far as to court Edward's daughter, Jenny. Court is a polite word, I'm sorry we don't use that as much today. In reality, all Birch wanted to acquire was Kenway's research into the first civilization. However, Jennifer discovered the truth and informed her father, which forced Birch to send mercenaries to the Kenway mansion. Edward was killed, and Jennifer was sold to Turkish slavers, obviously. To add insult to the injury, Birch became the legal guardian to Edward's son, Haven Kenway, and raised him as a Templar. With Edward... Oops. With Edward out of the way, London was left without a significant assassin presence, and Birch was wasted no time solidifying his order's grip on the city. But that wasn't enough. He wanted access to precursor sites and sent Haven to the colonies in order to try and secure one. Birch's treachery was eventually discovered by Haven and his sister, who murdered him. But by then the Templars' control over London was absolute. Industry, politics, they had their claws in every layer of society. The Templars in London went virtually unchallenged for over a century. These days the Templars are still pulling the strings. In the past they were popes or royalty or politicians. Today they operate behind the most insidious force of all, a corporation. The public face of the Templar Order is a multinational conglomerate known as Abstergo. The Blighters. Unruly and dangerous, street gangs were a very common element of Victorian England ecosystem. Flourishing in poor areas, a desire for a unified lower class spread throughout the entire country and resulted in entire criminal communities. Notable gangs such as the Scuttlers, the O'Hooligan Boys, and the 40 Elephants became infamous for their skill in theft, as well as a proclivity towards extreme violence. It was logical then to take these gangs into consideration when looking to dominate the heart of the empire. When Templar Grandmaster Crawford Starrick sought to strengthen his hold over the city, controlling the underworld was a foregone conclusion. Using 7-handed picked, highly skilled Templars and all the influence he could muster in London's underbelly, he spent a decade building London's most fearsome street gang to date, the Blighters. Originating in Westminster's worst slum, the Devil's Acre, the Blighters' influence spread across the entire city, and its members became known for their merciless brutality and unruly nature. They didn't even say please or thank you. The Blighters, once thought to be a superior answer to the street gang plague, proved instead to be a source of greater fear and loathing for the city's residents. Those who opposed the regime would wound up either fatally injured or massively in debt. Okay, Lucifer we're gonna read up on once we have the database entry unlocked. So that's gonna be later.
Get those supplies back from the train. Mr. Starrick will cut our wages.
They'll bring them home. You watch. Who's that messing around?
Brewster's laboratory. All reconnaissance points straight here.
Let me beat it out of it. I ask you, my lord, can't a gentleman wander the tracks?
How did you break into the laboratory? The entrance is hidden.
A secret laboratory? Well, well. Perhaps I can aid this interrogation.
Confess! My sharp friend here will have his way.
Put your hands up and fight like a man. Shut your gob and just put him up. See what...
Right, that finishes the optional objective here. Gotta kill 5 guys with hanging barrels, which we've done now. Let's go ahead and speak with the captive here. He's actually gonna end up being one of the main assassin associates later on.
Ah, thank you kindly. I was in ever such a squeaky fix when, what do you know? You rescue me.
Where's the hidden laboratory?
Untie me and then we can parley, milady.
I'm pressed for time. Tell me now.
It's underground. Requires a key. One of the guards nicked mine, cheeky sod.
Thank you.
Now? Untie me?
You got yourself in. I trust you can get yourself out again.
Not to worry, milady. Can still recall a couple of tricks from me carnival days.
Charming.
Oh, it was quick, to say the least. And he's gone. Indeed.
Keep that key in your pocket, or else Miss Dawn will have your guts for gardens. Let's have a butcher's downstairs then. I want to see that artifact. Not if you value your life. Hey, leave them rats alone. They've as much right to be here as you.
Mind your own post. I'll feed him to me cat.
Poor little rats. I'll go downstairs.
Got it.
This is right there. Would he tell us? Not on his life. If I had that key, I would keep my mouth shut tight.
The atmosphere is so great in this mission. I love it.
There you are. The entrance to Brewster's lab.
An unearthly light, as if the dead are climbing up out of hell itself.
I'll get the poet. What else?
Ain't nothing else. I knew she keeps you work. Sometimes they're screaming. Really? Mind your own business and get back to work.
Back on track.
Nice. Got 2 skill points here, which means we can now get the double assassination. So yeah, we got a bit more of an in-depth skill tree here for first time in Assassin's Creed, really. Yeah, it gives us bonuses for either combat, stealth, or the ecosystem. Something I think I would like to get quite early is actually the scavenger, because it means you get more resources from every source, which would of course like snowball our progress a bit faster with the economy. I think that's what I go for first after double assassination.
No, it can't. So do as you're bloody told. And by the way, it's sir to you.
The blokes are knackered, sir. Someone's gonna get hurt if you push too hard. Honest to God.
And someone's gonna be out of work if you keep on whinging like your old codger.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Exactly. Of lighting in this part here. Looks really nice.
Piece of Eden.
Increase the electricity.
But it'll become unstable, sir.
You heard what Miss Thorne said. We need results now.
Now we have to do an air assassination on David Brewster here.
If you don't mind me saying, that would be an exceptionally bad idea.
It is time to lay down your head, Sir David Brewster.
But I have so much more to discover.
Do not be afraid.
I'm not. God will protect me.
I will continue your experiment.
You will not stop, Starrick. Miss Thorne has already found another piece of Eden, more powerful than the last.
I will take that one too.
We fight to gain what we cannot take with us. It's in our nature.
I have to get out of here, now! Come on, Evie.
Yeah, me too, Aura. Me too. Bit of a Tomb Raider-esque escape scene here.
That was far too close.
I must find a way out.
This part really reminds me a lot of like the Tomb Raider games. It's kind of interesting here because I think initially they actually planned Syndicate to be much darker, but I think once Quebec got like full control of it, they decided to go for like a more light-hearted tone in comparison to Unity.
Come on!
And I mean, it's kind of the same with Odyssey, right? I think Quebec just really prefers like more of a funny, light-hearted approach to the games. Same with Immortals, Phoenix Rising. I love to do jokes. And for war breaks. Nice, that's all of the challenges done. We air assassinated Brewster and killed all of the enemies with hanging birds. Or these are 5 of them. Nice.
What was that explosion?
What explosion?
Evie?
Piece of Eden detonated and took the lab with it.
The magic lump of hyperbolic metal. I'm shocked.
Simply because you have never valued the pieces does not
All
mean...
went according to plan,
There was a slight complication.
How slight?
The lab exploded.
Jacob.
You derailed a train.
Oh, he did. Did he?
Well, the train derailed and I happened to be on it. I killed my target.
Brewster is also no more.
Then all in all a successful mission in spite of you two.
What about London?
What about it?
We're wasting our time out here.
You know as well as I do that London has been the domain of the Templars for the last 100 years. They are far too strong yet. Patience.
But the Templars have found a new piece of Eden.
Sir David is dead. They do not know how to use it. The Council shall guide us. Sound advice that your father would have seconded. I shall see you back in Crawley.
Patience, Evie.
Ah, the gentle sound of opportunity passing us by.
So what's stopping us? London is waiting to be liberated. Forget Crawley.
Father would have wanted us to listen.
Oh, Father. You could continue his legacy in London.
Freeing future generations from a city ruled by Templars. You know, Jacob Fry, you might just be right.
Then shall we?
Yes. Let's. Onward to London.
I know. You've only had a taste of our latest acquisition from Abstergo. But I want to check in on Sean and Rebecca. I still think attacking a Templar is a mistake.
Call Dr. Grammatica.
Come on. Isabel. What a lovely surprise.
Our mutual friends will be here shortly to search for the artifact. Once it's located, I'll let you know.
Super. Always a pleasure.
Prick.
It's people like you that give historians a bad name.
I'm afraid I don't have time for you today, Mr. Hastings.
Thank you for making my job easy.
Oh, shit.
It does look grim.
Masterberg, Agent Acosta. Deal with them, please.
Move it!
Hunt them down!
All they had to do was wait for you to search the data. Their little stunt has put the whole operation at risk. You need to synchronize Jacob and Evie's memories. Find something that puts us ahead of the enemy. Time is of the essence, and lives are now clearly on the line. Good luck.
I make my own luck. Hey Veroni, welcome in dude, and welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a good stream today. How was Red Dead Redemption 2? Welcome in everybody. Hey Vacoop. Rod, welcome back. Ronnie, how was it? And yeah, welcome to the start of Syndicate, which just arrived in London.
I've never seen so many people all at once.
The churning seas of London. It's just the way Father described. Now, to find Henry Green and formulate a plan of attack against the Templars.
Who's Mr. Green again?
The assassin watching over London? Did you not listen the first 3 times?
Listen to what? Oi, watch it.
Beg pardon, sir.
Oi! Come back here, you filthy dipper!
Stop!
You filthy dipper. Welcome back to Mines. Okay, let's get this filthy dipper. Not getting away so easy. Reminds me of AC2 when Ezio gets robbed as well. By Rosa.
Fine, you little mobsman. Keep it.
Well, well. What do we have here? You're on our property.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man.
Just need him.
This is the lamb.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Right here, Chef.
Lamb sauce is coming up.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Don't let him
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Excellent. What else does London have to offer?
Now is not the time for tourism, Jacob. Now's the time to find Henry Green. I've always been the quicker climber, haven't I?
Not since we were 2.
Race you to the highest vantage point.
Oh boy. So actually gotta be faster than Evie here to get a full sync. So let's see if we can't do that. It was fun, you got through some good missions. Return those horses to Ego Flies. Ah, very nice, dude. Doing good progress. That's great, I'm glad you had a good time. What's like your counter on the heads that you
Where is Mr. Green's shop located?
collected so far?
It was marked on Father's map.
2 assassins. Equal in height. 1 female, 1 male. 2 decades old. And those devilish smiles. You must be the Fry twins.
And you are?
Henry Green, at your service. I was sorry to learn about your father's passing.
Thank you.
What can you tell us about Crawford Starrick?
I suppose the Council desires news.
London must be freed, to provide a better future for all of its citizens.
Well, thank goodness the Council saw reason and sent you to aid us.
Yes.
Citizen!
Thank goodness.
Unfortunately, I am the bearer of bad news. Today, Starrick sits at the helm of the most sophisticated Templar infrastructure known in the Western world. Every class, every borough, the gangs, the industries. His reach extends all across London.
I've always thought of myself as a gang leader. Firm, but fair. Huh. Well, I have uniforms. And I'll unite a mix of disenfranchised outsiders under one name. That's it, Evie. We can rally them to our side.
Oh, like the way that you rallied those card players at the Oakwood Tavern into the river.
Oh, that was different. They beat me at whist. I can see it now. We'll call ourselves the Rooks.
You were never good at chess either.
Have you got a better plan?
Find the piece of Eden.
Oh.
Well, let me show you the lay of the land. Shall we?
Alright, let's do this.
To see any landscape is from above.
It's viewpoint time. But yeah, it's so funny, you know, how Jacob's idea of starting a gang is kind of like laughed about at the start, but then actually turns out to be like the best method of taking over control in London. Because yeah, the Rooks are going to thrive, to say the least.
Look at what Starrick has done to the city. Whitechapel is riddled with crime. Child labor, despite regulations. A gang known as the Blighters overruns the streets, and Templars manipulating behind the scenes. As in all the other boroughs, we need to return this city to the people who built it in the first place.
We will free London from Starrick. You have my word.
And my Rooks.
Miss Fry, your passion is inspiring. Come, let us return to my shop, and I can bring you up to date on the rest.
Yeah, it's on already. But yeah, that's already the moment that Henry Green and Evie started liking each other. You can tell. Core strength, remember your core is your stomach and your back. Right. You're strong just like Henry Green. I wish Evie didn't marry him. Yeah, you're not alone, Fjord. There's quite a lot of people, I think, that aren't too fond of Henry. But there's also a lot of people that really like their relationship and Henry himself. I'm kind of like neutral on him. Like, I can understand that he's not like your typical assassin with his backstory and him trying to fill the shoes of his father. And not really, you know, being like the type of character that would be good at that. But yeah, I reckon his database entry might talk a little bit more about it. Henry is as good at keeping secrets as he is at meeting people. Many people do not, and most people will never know that Henry was not always called Henry. Jaydeep Mir was born the son of a princess and an assassin. Abbas Mir, a member of the Indian Brotherhood, fell in love with Pyara Kaur, the daughter of the Maharaja Karak Singh, by racing against the Templars to find the whereabouts of a mysterious Koh-i-Noor diamond. Jaydeep was raised and trained to be a member of the Brotherhood, but to the frustration of many, found he was more inclined towards books than he was to violence. Hoping it was just a phase, the Brotherhood sent Jaydeep out on a mission in 1860, which he ultimately failed, putting the Brotherhood at risk. Jaydeep was then invited to England for a more suitable mission. He left home, but was ever hopeful that someday he would return, having proved to be a capable field agent. Over the course of his time in England, he adopted many fake identities, but he came to love a very simple curiosity shop owning Henry Green, Henry a name of he heard often, and green being the color of his hat at the time. Having made connections throughout London, he proved extremely useful upon the arrival of assassin twins Evie and Jacob Fry. For them, he helps in their quest to bring down the Templar-controlled London, having consumed as much information about the city as is humanly possible. While both sincere and hardworking, Jaydeep has a human side to him that many of the Brotherhood simply do not. If you get it that he's maybe closer to their father and maybe she sees it in him, but he's such a spineless coward. Yeah, I don't know if I would say he's like a spineless coward, because as the database entry indicates, right, like he's more interested in learning into and reading books than, you know, doing the work of like an assassin and stabbing people and killing them. Can't really blame him, to be honest. I think that he doesn't want to kill people. He's kind of like in a similar boat to Sean, I guess, with his initial motivation. But yeah, I would say that he's definitely a bit bland as a character, though. A bit like, yeah, I don't know. Could be more to him, for sure. And no worries, Ronnie. Hope you enjoy your lurk and making breakfast. Or he's also very boring. Why does Ubisoft insist on pairing strong women with boring men? Yeah, like Cassandra and Natakas, I guess. But I mean, that's something Quebec does, to be fair. You know, like both Ubisoft Quebec games where we had it. Meanwhile, we have Origins where Bayek and Aya are both like strong characters. Robert Ignatius Topping was born in London on a sunny day in July 1847, which might account for his shipper outlook on life. The fifth child of 8, Topping often had to fight to be heard. With little attention to give to their middle child, the Toppings often led Robert to his own devices to make his own fun. And though he was generally a content and charismatic child, Robert frequently found himself bored and alone, and regularly daydreamed that someday he might lead a more exciting existence. One day, though he could never have predicted it, that longing became a reality. On a family outing to the market, little Robert wandered away from his siblings and was quickly lost in a maze of black allies. Tired, confused, and unable to find his way back, he finally fell asleep in an empty crate. Upon awakening, he discovered that his crate-cum-cradle had been relocated to the mobile stores of a traveling circus. An unlikely story perhaps, but one Robert today insists is perfectly true. The young stowaway or runaway found the nomadic lifestyle of a circus performer thrilling, and elected to remain with them for several years, escaping the family home to amass all the knowledge that acrobats, harlequins, and ringmasters had to offer. When eventually the crew disbanded, Robert returned to the city full-time, where the Toppings found the stories of his supposed hijinks thoroughly unbelievable. Ever resourceful, Robert later entered into the employment of his own uncle, whose illegitimate business promised another taste of a more exciting life. Today, the ambitious young topping acts as a bookie for underground prize fighting and street racing rings, but has greater hopes for the future. Though he may occasionally fall in with the wrong crowd, he's nothing if not a survivor, and can generally talk or trick his way out of any tense situation. Failing that, he can do some quick juggling. Yeah, that would be useful. Some juggling to distract the enemy. Okay, we haven't gotten the rooks yet. So I think I'm gonna read up on the rooks once we unlock the game, because that's not the case yet. Also, between the two twins, Jacob seems more likely to have married during the story than Evie. She comes across as book smart, not the dating type. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. In my experience, it doesn't have to say much if somebody ends up being in a relationship or like a lasting relationship or not. If somebody's like a dating type or a book type, you know. My experience was actually the dating types that ended up, you know, not ending up in long-lasting relationship. You know, if you're like more prone to like dating a lot of people. But I mean, eventually there's gonna be that kind of like happy ending for Jacob as well. I mean, he ends up having kids, ends up having a granddaughter, which is also the protagonist of the World War I rift, of course. But yeah, I don't know, like Jacob to me never seemed like he was actively interested in having a relationship in Syndicate main story. I mean, there was of course the whole thing with what was her name? The one who's you know, in control of the omnibus company. And it's like a bit foreshadowed that there might be something happening later on, but I mean, before I can even develop feelings, the betrayal is basically confirmed and he gets to kill her. So yeah, to me it never seemed like there was like an actual candidate for Jacob to be with. Lydia Fry is Jacob's granddaughter, yet we never see him pursue a relationship other than a loosely implied brief fling with Maxwell Roth. Yeah, I don't know about that one either, to be honest. I feel like Jacob is just enjoying the kind of like approval of somebody who's kind of like equal to him, right? Like, Roth is the leader of the Blighters, Jacob is the leader of the Rooks, and he gets so much admiration from Roth, which of course charms him. And he's probably also a bit confused when Roth kisses him. But I don't know, it never seemed to me like at all like Jacob was, you know, like interested in that way to Roth. He probably had conflicted feelings in the moment that he got kissed, but I mean, can you blame him? But yeah, I think, you know, that he ended up having a family and stuff basically confirms that he wasn't maybe interested. But yeah, who knows? It's not like Ubisoft gave us like a definitive answer, but I think by a surprise look, it pretty much indicates that. Otto Berg. Juhani Otto Berg was born in Mikkeli, Finland, but was dragged around the world by his father, who worked for an oil company belonging to one of Abstergo's many subsidiaries. So young Master Berg was raised by rig pigs in Afghanistan, Kurdistan, and Oman, to name a few. And that doesn't really sound like a magical childhood, does it? With his father's blessing, Berg returned to Finland to join the army. At first he made fun of his muddled accent. Technically speaking, he doesn't even pronounce his own name correctly. But the jokes quickly stopped as proof Berg proved himself to be an exceptional recruit, becoming one of the youngest special Jäger in the UT Jäger regiment. He met his wife Helmi in the army, and everything pointed to an intense but unremarkable life, until his daughter Alina was born and diagnosed with cystic fibrosis. While Finland's healthcare system is generally considered to be quite good, the Berg family found themselves struggling to afford the aggressive drug treatment Alina so desperately needed. Burke quit the army and became a well-paid mercenary, which his wife did not approve of, resulting in divorce. He's not exactly doctor or lawyer, is it? Burke's freelance activities caught the attention of Dr. Ron Viddick, who recruited him into Abstergo's anime training program in exchange for an off-the-market miracle cure. I imagine Burke's divorce became much more amicable, though no less final after that. Just as he did in the army, Burke showed promise early on and quickly rose through the ranks, and eventually won a spot in the inner sanctum of the Templar Order. He was given command of the Sigma team, an elite force designed to hunt assassins, and he's been a pain in the proverbial boards ever since. Too long didn't read. Also, Burke is a scary motherfucker, and someone actually made a baby with him. Gross. Rebecca. Roth presents himself to Jacob as someone who also wants to fight Starrick. Jacob earns Roth's attention and respect as an enemy, and Roth takes the enemy of my enemy is my friend approach to Jacob. And Jacob sees an opportunity to strike back at Starrick, so their goals of attacking Starrick align. However, once Roth forces Jacob to draw the line between hurting Starrick at the expense of killing innocent children, Jacob completely abandons Roth and saves him. It's a point where Jacob's recklessness is shown to have limits, and he proves that he is truly an assassin to the core. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that's such an important part of Jacob's character evolution, which I think Evie was missing, to be honest. Like, Evie to me feels more like a stale character who's already begging the assassin treat, you know? But she's also not without flaws, you know, clearly. She's a bit arrogant at times, and always thinks she's in the right, and blames Jacob for things he didn't actually do. So I kind of felt an apology would have been needed for her character development to Jacob. You know, maybe discovering, okay, yeah, Jacob didn't actually crash a bank. Jacob didn't actually derail the train. Jacob didn't cause the massive, counterfeit medicine market. You know, and I feel like it would be really a strength of her character if she would have apologized for blaming Jacob all the time. But Jacob definitely has a character development through the situation you just described, where, you know, he has the temptation of doing whatever he wants to, with Roth at his side, but ultimately drawing the line at the, you know, endangerment of the life of the innocents. And, you know, that's really where I think Jacob becomes my more favorite character than Evie in this game, is when he actually grows over the desire for pure liberty, I guess. But yeah, it's also tricky because clearly Ubisoft has focused on Jacob. They gave him more screen time, and they also initially planned the game to be played as Jacob, so they clearly had their eyes on him. Which leads to Evie just not having the same amount of time and chance to grow as much. And that's definitely something to be considered, I think. That she's been a bit of an afterthought as a protagonist. Which is a shame, because she has a lot of potential, I think. But I think overall, the outlook on both characters is very basic. You know, Jacob just gets recognized as a brash, idiotic, chaotic guy who's just, you know, pulling jokes all the time. But I think to Jacob there's much more, to be honest. Yeah, on the surface it may seem like that's the case, but yeah, he really does have a character development. And I feel like Evie automatically gets favored because she's the opposite to that, and she's embodying what it is to be an assassin much more. But yeah, it's just too stale for me, I think. There's no real lesson that Evie... I mean, there's one lesson I guess that Evie takes out of Syndicate, and that is that personal relationships don't have to compromise the Brotherhood. Like being with Henry, you know. But I don't know, that's too focused on her and Henry for my taste, which seems to be her whole character arc, really, you know. But that's very true. They try to make it that Jacob is 90% in the wrong and she's 99% in the right. Yeah. And it really just isn't the case. And the thing is, you know, Evie also fucks up at times. Yet she doesn't take any responsibility for those mistakes often. You know, like losing the key to Lucy Fawn. You know, when she receives it. I mean, obviously she gets it back later, but yeah, those are kind of like things that just get to be unmentioned, essentially. That's a key example of imbalance with the pros and cons of both characters. Yeah. Definitely. It's tempting to say that Violet DaCosta is an evil version of Rebecca Crane, but then that assumes you haven't spent much time with Rebecca Crane. Violet was born in Barrie, Ontario, and completed a bachelor's degree with a double major in mathematics and computer science. Fun times. She was looking for work in the intelligence community when she was recruited by Abstergo to work as a technologist. After the original Sigma team was annihilated in Florence, Violet was Otzoberg's first recruit into a new version. She serves as a tactical and technological support. Her ability to assess situations and identify priorities means that she's able to tell whom to kill first. Always handy in this job, but not what you would call a particularly transferable skill. All this also means that in addition to being incredibly handy with technology, she's a trained killer. Violet's services are in high demand and she is frequently sent around the world to various Abstergo facilities in order to fine-tune and innovate on various operating systems, network security, and intrusion detection systems. She's a Templar, she's also Canadian. Frankly, both make me shudder. Alvaro Grammatica was a genius from the day he was born in Mexico City. He graduated from university at the age of 17 with advanced degrees in physics and computer science, and went on to develop expertise in mechanical engineering and biology. Plus, he was brilliant at Sudoku. It's this wide range of knowledge that made him so valuable to Abstergo. In 2008 he was recruited to work on the Akashic satellite plexus. In 2009, Grammatica invented the Data Dump Scanner, a software program that allowed an anonymous user to relive genetic memories that were not their own. It revolutionized an already incredible machine and paved the way for Abstergo's current successes with Abstergo Entertainment and its Helix Cloud servers. I could do all that cool stuff too if I was backed up by a gazillion-dollar evil corporation. At present, Dr. Grammatica may be our prominent Templar target. In 2014, he named as the director of the Phoenix Project, which hopes to use every resource at Abstergo's disposal to fully sequence a first civilization genome. We're hearing reports that this has caused some strife among the Templars rank and file. The previous big shot Dr. Vidic knew how to keep the inner sanctum unified towards a common goal. But Dr. Grammatica was more concerned with the work than human relationships, and that's not limited to his co-conspirators. He often abandons his wife and 3 children for long periods of time while immersed in whatever apparent experiment is currently in front of him, like Sudoku. Or like the guy we saw earlier that was trying to raise his hand, but he did like live experiments on, casually, in a video conference. Okay, let's go to level 2 here for Jacob. We can get Scavenger. Then we can get Eagle Vision 2, which allows us to see rewards to watch and take enemies. Root takedown could be quite nice. But I think I'd rather go for lockpicking for now. I'm gonna get both, I think. Nice. Level 2. Okay, let's get the loot takedown. Automatically loot enemies when you assassinate them, knock them out, kidnap them, or perform multi-kills. Fear, you think by the end of the story, even though the arguments proves to be pointless, they should have learned the middle ground between Jacob's reckless fun and Evie's cautiousness, borderline cowardice. Let's contact Ubisoft and rewrite these stories into masterpieces. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have them hire us as like the new lawmasters. Hey, the Infinity, welcome in, dude. It's like UB are going downhill recently, especially with the Skull and Bones leaks that were online. I haven't seen those. What was revealed about Skull and Bones recently? I mean, that game just seems to be in development hell, doesn't it? Hey there, I'm the best suit. Welcome into it. How's it going? Black Flag doesn't need as many fixes, but you have a problem with the ending. Oh, do you? So what would you say they should have done better with the ending of Black Flag? Maybe they're having so much fun with the development they never wanted to end. Yeah. They're like, let's get paid. Infinity, it's far from what it looked like in the trailers. Damn. Yeah, I mean, it seems like they also went through like a lot of changes, right, throughout the development. I mean, Rogue needs all of the changes. They basically need to change Rogue into it was Templar propaganda, basically. If you ask me. Okay, let's go ahead and use the initial belt. Outfit I'm gonna keep for now. The biggest problem with Black Flag is that Robert should have been the final boss. Lariana Taurus was a weak antagonist. Then it would overlap better with the modern day timeline of sages. I don't know. I feel like it was nice, like the touch. I'm kind of thinking right now about the ending kill scene, right, with Roberts. Where Roberts is basically begging Edward to destroy his body because the Templars can't get it. Which makes it seem that ultimately the Templars are still, you know, the ultimate bad guys in the story. And another thing I think that really makes Templars the ultimate bad guys is when you get to the observatory and you see how they killed and destroyed, burned down everything, you know. Like all of the indigenous people dead and their villages burned down to the ground. I think it really showcases that Laureano Taurus on the surface seemed like a very mild-mannered Templar, but ultimately he doesn't stray away from killing innocents. And that was something that even Roberts didn't do, right? Like Roberts even worked together with the indigenous people. So I don't know, ultimately Taurus still felt worse to me than Roberts did. Even though on the surface it might not be the case. But I kind of like that in the end they also became like somewhat of an ally, I guess, in the way that Edward assists Roberts in destroying his body, so the Templars can't get it. But yeah, I don't know, like, yeah, I think it's really interesting how Taurus gets perceived, to be honest, because also like on Reddit and in discussions and stuff, often he gets to be named an example for a reasonable Templar. But yeah, I think if you really look at his deeds, that's not the case. It felt forced because Taurus was a Grand Master of the Templars and you had to we had to shoehorn in the Assassin Templar thing by the end. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, it really was his plan all along, right, from the very start, that Edward got to meet Taurus, that he ultimately gets to the observatory and would do anything to get there. But yeah. I feel like the corridor conversation, but switch around the order in which they're killed and make Roberts the focus. Yeah. I mean, that's fair, you know, that you would like to have it in that order. But I feel like for me the order really makes sense because, as Robert said, you know, like the Templars couldn't get the bodies, so if Taurus would have died before Roberts, then Roberts probably wouldn't be needing Edward as much to destroy his body, which I think was an important point, because Unity later connected to that as well with the ending where the body couldn't be found by Abstergo. So the Phoenix Project couldn't get access to it. You can see it from both sides. I mean, that's fair as well. Yeah, I think, I mean, either way could have worked. But the way the story happened, I definitely preferred in that order, I think.
What's that he's playing?
Keep quiet. Kalog's looking for me.
Who's Kalog?
One of Starrick's gang leaders.
Why does he want you?
He's after some of my more arcane research into one of the precursor artifacts.
The Piece of Eden.
So tell me about these blighters.
In search of an army, Starrick gathered up the nastiest of the underworld. Some of the city's gangs tried to prevent it and were slaughtered for their efforts. Now, only Whitechapel's clinkers remain opposed, but they're no match for the blighters.
Well, let's shine these clinkers up then, shall we? They're just the sort we're looking for.
You can't be serious.
Evie, they're ready to fight and oppose the blighters. This is my chance to step in. Look out, London. Here come the rooks.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely would have been Templars interested after all in the body. But I feel like Taurus really has been established as like the driving force behind, like, you know, finding the observatory, finding the sage, collecting the blood and stuff. Like a lot of the Templars kind of like play along, I guess, and even, you know, I mean, that's the other thing, right? Like Taurus is also the only one that doesn't, I think, use his blood to be stored inside a glass vial, whereas all the other Templars had to provide the blood. So it definitely was at the head of like plan, I guess. And I would say the driving force behind the whole observatory project. But yeah, you're definitely right as well, you know, like there definitely have been other Templars who also may have been looking for a sage. You know, if Taurus knows the value of him and our Templars know about the observatory, then yeah. It wouldn't have to be necessarily bound only to Taurus. It would have also made sense, even post Taurus, but I think they definitely would have made made an active effort to establish if there's like another Templar or Templars interested, you know. Because according to the story, it really seems like it's mainly Taurus who's looking for it. I feel like all the other Templars really have like their own motivations, you know, like Rogers, you know, who's mainly concerned with like rooting out the pirates and bring law and order into the West Indies and wherever the pirates are like thriving, like Madagascar. I feel like Taurus really doesn't care too much about the observatory, to be honest, like at any point of the story. And he's like, you know, the one you would consider would be like the one to follow the footsteps, considering he even survives the assassination of Edward.
Confound this city! No one looks where they're going!
Yes, I've noticed that.
Bloody Drood! I'll never finish it at this rate. Only Providence knows where those words are headed now. Well, I must get to work replacing them. Should you ever be in the mood for a tale or two, you can always find me where the ale is warm and tempers are hot. Ta-ta!
What an odd man.
That Mr. Fry was Charles Dickens. Knows everyone and everything in the city. If I were you, I would keep that connection in your back pocket. Kaylock's gang is nearby. They must not follow me back to my shop.
We'll take care of it.
Here, you might be able to use this.
Oh God, I hope so.
My carriage is nearby. Make use of it to throw them off my trail. I will meet you at the curio shop.
Keep moving. We need to lead them away from Green. Here comes trouble.
The carriage lock will rue the day.
They've gone.
Now to return to Mr. Green.
Aye, aye, Captain.
You're relentless.
That relentlessness will see me become master when we finish this.
George would do nothing of the sort. Whatever's left of the Creed would perish under your control.
Harsh words, dear sister. Let's go.
I do hope Mr. Green made it back safely.
Don't tell me you fancy the bloke already.
I like how Jacob, just sees through that.
Number one source of information turns up dead.
Starrick can't be that hard to find. I say we turn the carriage round and go find him.
This is why you aren't in charge.
That he sees through, like, Evie and Henry, like, immediately, having that connection. But also, it kind of applies that Evie maybe having, like, a history, of, like,
That's the way.
falling very easily. At least it seems like it indicates the way Jacob says it. Infinity, a lot of the other Templars were also more hands-on than Taurus, I guess. Definitely, yeah. They all had like their individual motivations, right? Like, only Taurus really was like fully concerned about the observatory. Yeah, here's your fixed origins. Don't make a last-minute review of what's his face, the line, being the leader. In average accounts, these are also be targets that make Aya more mysterious and don't have to play her as at the end of all your power stripped down that you worked to cultivate. The last few targets and origins felt very disjointed when the rest of the story was fine. I bet some of the second act villains had put on. Pardon me. Allergies. Had tennis motivations to be with the Order, but that's fine. Yeah, overall I would agree that the ending was probably a bit rushed with Origins. I feel like they maybe didn't have enough time to like really take the time with the ending. I mean, even though it's quite lengthy, it seems like you go like from one event to another. A little bit. I don't know, like the review of the line didn't bother me too much because I thought it was a lot about foreshadowing, right? Like you already has seen Flavius a couple of times, only he was like more of a background and you didn't think much about him. But I think in the end it made sense. But yeah, I have to say, like the first time I played Origins 4, I wasn't quite as fond of the ending as I was on my replays. But that's really because I could like really see the foreshadowing a bit better, which is really tricky on the first time playing, if not impossible.
Did you give them the slip?
We gave them more than that.
Who are all these people?
Over the years, I have established a number of connections across the city.
Splendid. We'll need focused aid.
Focused aid? We take over Starrick's gangs, we cripple his control.
You're not aiming high enough. Starrick has influence in every branch of society. We need to match him.
I see what you're saying, Evie. We need the Rooks.
You are not starting a gang called the Rooks.
I believe I may have an idea of my own. We will need the police to turn a blind eye to activities. My ally in the force, Sergeant Aberline. I've heard he's a master of disguise. Next up, urchins.
Urchins?
Urchins. Children make for excellent spies.
Clara O'Day.
Smart as a whip, that one. Finally, you would be wise to remember that Starrick never acts alone. There are gang leaders in every borough. You'll meet them soon enough, no doubt. Rexford Gaylock, known for his ability to vanish before your very eyes.
Should we make him vanish for real?
I suppose.
One moment. A Templar target you might want to look into. Be cautious. It's rough out there.
No, don't worry about me, Greenie. I can handle a few thugs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like Jacob is definitely a lot smarter than some people give him credit for. You know, he just completely sees through Henry and Evie's relationship here. If your heavy ending was rushed, it needed a little more time to breathe and a tighter focus on one person being responsible for Bayek's rage. Yeah, fair enough, dude. Sergeant Appeline, Master of Disguise. Yeah. It's so funny how that gets like made fun of all the time. You know, it's just nobody buys his disguises. Welcome back, Levy. What do you mean he's not a complete idiot? I know, preposterous. Even suggests that's the case. Complete conquest activities to capture territory from the Blighters. Give a Templar crime boss to conquer the borough. Alright, let's go ahead and meet the Master of Disguise, shall we?
What's the plan then, oh mighty planner?
You're the one with the grand ideas. The gangs, the fights, even the outfits you'll wear. Perhaps you should lead the way.
If you insist.
Damn. All of the things from what's have been unlocked already. Interesting. Sort of a Templars here. I'm gonna read up on all of the Templars once we get to the Templar hunts. Instead of reading it now. So I have like a bit more of a context whenever an activity happens. Charles Dickens. A celebrity during his lifetime, Charles John Huffman Dickens remains one of the largest sources of information regarding 19th century London. Known for being both a literary titan and an activist, Dickens' work showcased the life and personalities of London's working class people. If you ask around in London, pubs still exist today. Most report that he was a very much a regular. Imagine being a regular at every single pub. That takes dedication. My favorite contemporary criticism of Dickens would have to be, Mr. Dickens, as in revenge for his own queer name, thus bestows the career won upon his fictitious creations. Dickens was born in Portsmouth, the second of 8 children. He was said to have had an idyllic childhood up until the summer of 1824, when his father, John Dickens, was arrested for debt and thrown into Marshalsea debtors' prison, with his family in town. To help pay off his father's debt, Charles was forced to leave school and begin work at Warren's Blacking Warehouse, a place that was notorious for its poor treatment of children. Not a crutch to be seen. Yet even after his father's debt was cleared, young Charles' mother suggested he continue to work. I never afterwards forgot, I never shall forget, I never can forget, he said, that my mother was warm for my being sent back. Once free of a warehouse and after attending school, Dickens got a job at the law office and Alice in Blackmore. Living in the city, he attended the theatre religiously and, inspired by the stories spun on the stage, began his writing career. Dickens of course went to be world-renowned for works including Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and Great Expectations, and his successes as a writer continued throughout his life, with even Queen Victoria's calling herself a fan. Perhaps less well known, however, is Dickens' powerful interest in the supernatural, which eventually saw him become part of Cambridge's Ghost Club, an organization of paranormal investigation and research. One of the biggest controversies surrounding his life was his extramarital relationship with Ellen Ternan, a young theatre actress with whom he remained until his death. Ternan and Dickens kept their affair a secret, destroying the entire history of correspondence in a bonfire 9 years into their relationship. In June 1865, Dickens was involved in the Staplehurst rail crash, but despite quite heroically helping to rescue other victims, he refused to speak at the accident's inquest to avoid having to disclose that he had been traveling with Ternan and her mother. Between 1868 and 69, Dickens gave a series of farewell readings in England, Scotland and Ireland. During this time, he also began working on what would be his final and only unfinished novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood. In June 1870, after 4 days writing, Dickens suffered a stroke and died the next day, coincidentally the 5th anniversary of the Staplehurst crash. He was buried in the Poets' Corner of Westminster Abbey. Have you just bought some more watermelon? Hell yeah. But yeah, be careful not to eat it too late though, because it's quite heavy in the stomach. As I like to say in Mexico. But yeah, that's funny. I also had some watermelon today. Got some earlier. And yeah, it was quite delicious to say the least. Actually, my first time this year, I think, that I got watermelon. Clara O'D. Born in 1856, Clara was the only child of the less fortunate O'D family. Like many Irish women, Clara's mother was an indentured servant to an upper-class household in the Strand. Sneaking into her family's private lessons, Clara picked up as much as she could, devouring the education her parents could never afford to give her. Unfortunately, after being wrongly accused of theft, Clara's mother was dismissed from her job and was forced to find other means of survival. By the time she turned 10, Clara had become the sole breadwinner in her household, her father having left the family a year prior, and her mother bedridden and sick with grief. Clara took to the streets to support the little family she had left. The orphan children with whom she had found kinship gave her a sense of belonging that she had never experienced before. Courageous and charismatic, Clara, now orphaned herself, has grown up to be a remarkable young businesswoman and today helps provide for children in need. Oh yeah, let's definitely do that. And yeah, like imagine having to be the breadwinner at 10 years old. That reminds me, yesterday I saw a video of somebody in Brazil, I think, like a 10-year-old boy that was like selling fries on the streets and has done so for years. Because he also was like the bread earner in the family. Like, crazy to think that a 10-year-old has to carry the entire family, you know? Just like your whole childhood gone, essentially, at that age as well. Like, not being able to live that without a worry. Frederick Eberlein. A young clockmaker from Dorset, Frederick Eberlein knew he was destined for bigger and more puzzling things. Joining the Metropolitan Police in 1863, it took him only 2 years to make a good impression and be promoted to sergeant. He always strove to be fair and just in his line of work, but found that the law was often anything but. In 1868, albeit with some hesitation, he joined forces with Jacob and Evie Fry, two justice-seeking rogues, to help rid the streets of the notorious blighter gang that dominated the city's underworld. Although reluctant to look back on his unusual time in his life, his actions during the year were crucial to the career. In 1873, he became an inspector and was transferred to Whitechapel, where he eventually led the investigation into the infamous Jack the Ripper murders. Although certainly beneficial at the time, Eberlein spent the rest of his life questioning whether or not his early alliance with the Frys was ultimately just another corruption of the justice system. I mean, that's honestly fair, because in a way it was. Switch characters. Let's actually do that because we want to get Evie to level 2 as well. Let's go to skills. And then we get the E-Vision 2. And the loot takedown. And then we can also upgrade the lockpicking skill. So we can open up chests for more money, resources and rewards. Alright, I think the game crashed. Yeah, it did. I did it. Okay, let's go ahead and restart the game. The way it's meant to be played. You can't use an AMD graphics card, obviously. It's just not the way it's meant to be played.
Requiescat in pace.
Nvidia. I mean, I'm definitely happy with my GTX 1060. Like, honestly, it's carried me for like years. And it's still going strong.
A letter? For me?
A letter? For me? Alright, let's go to Aberline. Master of Disguise. Nvidia, you can only play it this way. Yeah. No other way allowed. Oh, hold up. It's like a special helix glitch here. Let's get it. Perfect timing if you was on Jacob. Yeah. Now we are. At 1060 where you think of all those gaming hours? Yeah, dude, like, I'm not quite sure when I got the graphics card. About 5 or 6 years back, I think. But, yeah, like, that value, especially in these corona times, you know, has been really, really good. I was just kind of praying that we wouldn't, you know, get this to die. Because yeah, getting a graphics card in those times, or these times rather, ain't fun.
Don't try to get away from me! It won't work!
Fuck.
Have some of this!
Okay, the police. Yeah, let's take care of police while we talk to Aberline, right? I'm not gonna go kill this police guy. He's just doing his job.
Someone's been killed!
Eberline, we presume? The twins seek out Sergeant Frederick Eberline in a Whitechapel back alley.
I don't see Mr. Aberline.
Well, we tried.
I may know a thing or two about that splendid fellow you're talking about.
What's this?
Are you trying to blow the gaff?
What?
Sergeant Aberline, at your service. I presume you're the Fry twins Green mentioned.
I was expecting you to be a policeman.
I was expecting you to be discreet.
Henry Green said that you could help us go unnoticed.
This is how it will work. I will give you the names of criminal gang members. You will bring them back to me. Quietly.
Oh, we'll be as quiet as an old lady. A very hairy, strange old lady that looks a lot like a policeman.
Hairy, strange old lady that looks like a policeman. It's basically the master of disguise in a nutshell.
Now, whatever you do, try to remain within the bounds of the law. For my sake. I don't need any corpses at the station. Approach the target from behind and attempt to make them talk. Then bring them to my carriage, carefully.
Definitely was easy, just gotta be on it. Yeah, I mean, if you followed for long enough time, you probably have a chance of getting it. But yeah, the other factor is also, I guess, a price increase, you know, like even MSRP just, you know, being increased by default already. So if you're actually trying to get a graphics card for the price was intended, then yeah, good luck. I tried for half a year with 3060 actually. I just gave up ultimately because I just wasn't willing to pay almost double the price. But yeah, eventually, maybe next gen, or once the graphics card gets get to be like more reasonable, I'm gonna go and get a 3060 Ti or something. Should be good value for what? Yeah, Levy. This is Doubtfire. And that's a funny movie actually. You gotta love Robin Williams. Managed to snag basically all the new stuff that you went for. I mean, that's awesome, dude. Did you manage to get what you were looking for? Okay, there's a lot of guys here.
Pay up! You owe me! Time to collect.
Does he need it?
Get off me!
I don't
Piss
require
off!
a reason to end your life.
Oi!
Shut your gob. Meet my
Oi.
blade.
What is it that you think I've done?
Collecting rent from people who don't owe you a shilling.
Yeah, me and half the richies in this bloody city. You gonna kidnap them too?
Maybe, but I'm starting with you.
Okay, let's get a bit of context here. Got Homer Delton. He grew up in high society but fell from grace when his father was implicated in a political scandal. Learning to live at street level in the East End, he gets his income by squeezing it from those who need it most. Bonded for illegal collection of property taxes. Nice. I'm best you had trouble getting graphics card, but the rest of the components were okay. And got your OLED TV at a nice price too, which is what you play your games on mostly. That's awesome, dude. Infinity PS5, Series X, 3090, iPhone 13, Apple Watch Series 7. Managed to get all on first attempts. I mean, that's awesome, dude. That you managed to get them immediately. Also, that's a nice setup. Having the PS5 Series X and a 3090. Ah, nice. Now we have a kidnap ability. Cool. Oh, we also have some assassin intel. Because we collected one of the glitches here. This is from the Future Technology Mexico City branch, so probably about Dr. Chromatica. Let's have a listen.
Isabel! What a lovely surprise!
Are you recording this?
Oh, yes. I record everything I do. Never know when an unexpected breakthrough will happen. How are you?
Terrible. I've been tasked with archiving the genetic memories from Project Legacy.
Well, it's a shame how that ended, but I'm glad to see the data isn't going to waste.
It's a waste of my time and talent, just as your current assignment is a waste of yours.
Ah, work is work. Despite the setbacks in Denver, the Abstergo satellite is a very interesting...
Vidic had his chance, and he's blown it. They'll never find a new apple in time for launch. The Animus Project is dead in the water. Meanwhile, you and I are members of the Inner Sanctum, and we're being treated like sodding interns. But what if we could give Mr. Rickon a new working piece of Eden?
I'm listening.
Don't listen. Look. Look at this.
PE number 66. Where did it come from?
The Project Legacy data revealed that the company acquired it in the 40s. I want you to help me get it working again.
This fabric, it's very fragile. But there's technology in it.
You study the Shroud. Find out anything you can about its original purpose and methods of use. I'll cross-reference the genetic memories from Project Legacy against my archive. With any luck, I can locate more people who came into contact with it. Together, we can unlock the artifact's secrets.
I get to play with an artifact and take Vidic down a peg? How can I refuse?
Architecto. Yeah, that's the same voice actor from the Architecto from AC2. So yeah, they have a shroud because Abstergo basically had it since the 40s apparently, and they want to get it to work. And the reconstructed data that you get from collecting these glitches is mostly talking about the shroud, which of course also acts as like the primary piece of Eden in this game. You can basically replace cells on a structural level, I guess. So if you would, for example, sustain an injury, then or would get an injury, then you could sustain it with the shroud and you know, make the flesh grow back again, for instance, or something. But yeah, there's also more uses that we're gonna find out later about. I would definitely love to get all of the glitches, but they're kind of like tricky to find. So I'm not quite sure. There's a map you can get in the Helix store, but I'm not gonna be buying that. It falls into the microtransaction category and I won't support that. But yeah, a bit of a shame they didn't make that like a map that you could purchase inside the game or something. Out of all four, the PS5 was the hardest. Really? I mean, I guess that makes sense considering that for 3090, that's like way higher budget kind of like deal. Whereas the PS5, I guess, is was really popular for the exclusives, but also for, you know, being like a good budget version of playing the newest games. But to me, it seems like the Series X has been overall the better console so far. Maybe I'm wrong, I'm not sure. But the fact that there's like so much backwards compatibility and like updated versions with like higher FPS and better visuals would kind of like for me be a reason to buy the Series X over the PS5 if I wouldn't have a PC, that is. And yeah, the Game Pass as well, I guess, being like a big argument towards it. I mean, it's the reason that PlayStation is changing their PS Plus model, isn't it? With like different tiers and stuff. And including like a bigger library of games. But yeah, like if I would have to buy one of them now, I would probably go for the PS5 for, because I mean I have a PC, which means I can run most of the exclusives. And I also have a 360, so I can play these older Xbox games. So yeah. I'd probably go for PS5 myself, but if I had nothing, I would probably go for an Xbox Series X. You become Wolverine, basically. Everything just, you know, goes back. Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, so much value. Indeed, yeah. And I mean, it's only gonna get more, right? Like, the catalog of game that they have is just insane. You know, if the PlayStation will come close to competing for a while at least, unless they get GTA partnership. Yeah, imagine that though. Hey Vator, welcome in dude. High precision. How's it going? Before 1829, London did not have a unified police force committed to the investigation and prevention of crimes. Sure, they had constables, but their sole responsibility was to bring people accused of a felony to a justice of the peace for deliberation. This system may have served them well before the Industrial Revolution, but a surge in London's population meant a surge in crime, and the government needed to respond. The Metropolitan Police Act of 1829 saw the creation of what is commonly known today as Scotland Yard, a unified police force that answered to the Home Secretary. An extra 1,000 officers were hired, in addition to the 400 officers already employed. They were given all uniforms, and for the first time police work was made a full-time job. These new officers were derided by Londoners who saw the Metropolitan Police as an infringement on their personal lives. Crime is a tough habit to break, it seems. The whole endeavor was a success, however, and crime rates dropped significantly in the ensuing years. Despite the odd bit of corruption, the coppers were tough and relentless in their aim to clean up the streets of London. Lovely news for Jacob Fry and the Rooks, isn't it?
Don't call for help.
Help! Help!
Keep moving.
Where is Charles Lee?
Let's go.
Yeah, maybe we should ask him. If he knows.
Doing fine, girl. That's the way.
We'll be glad to see him behind bars. Thank you.
Onward.
Okay, so with the different associates we have, we can basically upgrade their levels by doing activities in connection to them. So by doing all the bounty hunts, we get to the max level of Eberline, which unlocks pistols, I believe. But yeah, each associate activity gives you like different rewards. So I would definitely love to get, I think I'm probably gonna get to max level with all of them, because they also unlock cutscenes when you get to max level. Even though it's like a very short moment, I think it's worth doing it for the story in-depth dive that we're doing. Right, next we have a Templar hunt. Let's do this one as Evie. We also have another skill point we could invest here. Let's get the Slayer 1, I think. When your combo reaches 10, your next attack automatically puts the target in a near-death state. Could also buy a better weapon here, level 2, but given that we're already almost level 3, I rather wait here, I think. Assassin Gauntlets. Well, we did get a new cloak here, the Thrifty Cloak. It's slightly used to be sure, but that makes it no less effective as a cloak. This is the best deal you can get for this price. Could even change the color here. I feel like teal would be quite fitting of a cloak. Let's have a look. I go into the light here to see properly. Yeah, that fits right, I would say. Let's go for that. Infinity, you don't know, you think the console battle has bonuses on both sides? Xbox for Game Pass and some exclusives, but PlayStation has by far the best exclusives, hands down. I don't think they will really be overtaken on that front for a while, unless Xbox makes all the Bethesda games exclusive. Yeah, I would agree that, you know, PlayStation has the superior exclusives, I think. But, yeah, given how much Microsoft is owning, it could change, I guess, as well. But yeah, I would agree, like, both sides have, you know, pros and cons. And I think just focusing on EVA is the wrong move.
Why don't I rip your empty head off? Instead of looking.
How about I don't want you to rip my head off? So this template is more like a one that Jacob would do, I think, because he had to kill the target with a crate of dynamite. That's right.
Only about a dozen, sir.
Excellent.
We have Herod Drake.
London's blighters will be up.
Okay, let's have a look here. Conquest activities, Templar hunt. Herod Drake was formally invited into the Templar Order because of his prowess in the trade of illegal goods, animal skins, jewels and drugs. A valuable source of underground information and secret wealth, he, with the Order's permission, operates a black market deep in the heart of Whitechapel. This market has become a hub for the exchange of illegal goods. Nice thing though is Xbox actually puts this exclusive on PC, but PlayStation doesn't, so it hurts PlayStation more than Xbox if they went Bethesda Xbox exclusives. Yeah, I think it's good that PlayStation is leaning more towards making those games available, like, you know, Horizon, Ghost of Tsushima I think is rumored to get a PC version, right? Then God of War got one. I think it's good that they at least slowly get rolled out to PC eventually. But yeah, obviously it's not like launch releases at all. And doesn't quite compare to, let's say, Forza 5, which released both on PC and Xbox at the same time. Yeah, exactly. You know, like, why not just make the games like available on PC as well? I mean, you don't have to make them available on Xbox, but or for PC at least, you know. The Easter Monday volunteer review at Brighton, skirmishes. These are kind of like historical paintings and posters that you can find throughout the game world. Kind of cool, actually. There's also beer tasting notes where Sean is sampling the tastes of the different beers that were offered for the enemies. You've bought all the exclusives they brought to PC even though you haven't played them. Mortal supported coming to PC. God of War I haven't played it, but bought it when it released. Mostly because you played it on PS5. That's fair, yeah. I mean, in that case, you wouldn't really need to play it on PC if you have it on PS5 anyways. One thing I find kinda cool is by collecting glitches in game, you actually get Helix credits in Syndicate that get stored to your account. So after a couple of playthroughs, I probably have 1000 Helix credits through collecting the glitches, which would mean I could get the glitch map eventually. But yeah, that's probably just gonna take a while to get enough points. I think each glitch gives you 10 Helix credits for Syndicate. I could be wrong. I think it's good they give you the option to at least get it naturally, even though it takes you like 10 plus playthroughs or something.
No Bobby's in sight.
Good. Distribute the dynamite then, and carefully.
Very good, sir.
We want this to come into the Blighter's hands without harm. No mishaps.
Jason Bear!
There we go. If you got credits, you grab it and send a screenshot. Yeah, that's alright, Infinity. I mean, there's like, you know, screenshots online as well, where they showcase all of the locations of glitches. But yeah, having it yourself, of course, is a huge benefit because you don't have to track each and every glitch. Because when I did my completionist run like 2 years ago, right, I followed the map guide, but then you have to really keep track of like every single glitch if you have already been there. And that's just such a tedious kind of like work. But yeah, someday I'm gonna have enough Helix credits. I just don't wanna spend money on it, to be honest. Don't wanna support that aspect. Oh nice, that's our first beer tasting note. Let's have a look. We have a Leaping Fox Lager. A big, bold flavor of stomach acid finishes with notes of someone else's old chewing gum and a smattering of pencil shavings. The beer itself has a consistency not dissimilar to egg whites that have curdled a bit, with a head like dirty linens that leave a lacing of grey sludge on the walls of a glass. Going by the scale of the other beers we've tried on this project, I'd say 3 out of 5 stars. Would definitely order again. Jesus Christ. That doesn't sound good at all. And it's still better than most of the beers that Sean has tasted. That's crazy.
You won't find better.
Now, don't go worrying.
Everything you need to survive the streets. Right here.
Does this guy sing? He would have been off 100 anyways. Yeah, fair enough, dude. Thanks for checking, Bo. Okay, so there's actually a golden chest in here. Let's grab that. Quite important for unique schematics and resources. Oh, we got the green color. Nice.
Daddy only balls that smell better after you killed them.
Don't mean I can't take care of you.
must have a good reason for bothering me.
Rogues are doing our job here. Fair enough. Alright, let's do a Templar, a gang stronghold. But this one we're gonna do as Jacob.
One less to deal with.
What's my AC ranking these days in terms of best to worst? From best to worst, I'd probably put AC2 and Origins on the top for me. Pretty much split at this point, actually. Like AC2 is always like, is still like pretty much my favorite game of all time. But Origins just really hits different for me. I love the game so much. So yeah, I love both of these games best, I think, in the AC series. And then, like, tier 2 would be a whole lot of games. Like AC1, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Black Flag, Unity, Valhalla, Syndicate will probably all fall into that category for most part. Some a bit better than others. I'll probably put Revelations, 3, and Unity and Black Flag a bit higher than the others. And the worst for me are still Rogue, Odyssey, and Liberation. Odyssey being the worst AC experience, and Rogue being the least innovative. Oh, hold on. Should probably not go in here. Just say that.
Maybe you'll change your
Right, so gotta free and protect capture Clinkers. The Clinkers are basically the gang that Jacob takes over and then renames to the Rooks.
Up there! There's some odd boys in this town.
You personally still torn between Odyssey and Valhalla being worse. Damn. You really didn't enjoy Valhalla, did you, Infinity? I mean, that's fair. I'm actually gonna kill the guy who's protect or kind of like guarding the Clinker at the latest. Because once we free the Clinker, he will basically run loose and try to kill everybody inside. We still have to protect him.
That wasn't in my head.
Too repetitive? I mean, that's fair. I can understand that. That criticism. Certainly is too long of a game. Come over here.
Coppers are sweet, just a friend of Dickie's.
I think they could have cut a couple of story arcs that didn't really add too much to the overall main story motivation. And also just tone down on like the amount of collectibles like wealth stuff and all that. Just was a bit too much at some point.
Fucking take him!
Must be one of the clinkers.
What's he doing
Good place
here?
to start.
Fuck. I even know how he saw me.
If he comes back, I'll deal with him.
Must be one of the clinkers. Good place to start.
Another one for the grave digger.
Damn, look at that. Jacob actually has the hood on in the cutscene. Amazing. Infinity Order, you think Origins, Black Flag, Brotherhood 2, Unity, Revelations 1, AC3, Syndicate, Rogue, Odyssey, Valhalla? Yeah, that's fair, dude. I can definitely understand that order. I'm glad that Origins and 2 have a high place for you. But yeah, man, Black Flag also amazing game. It is.
You seem to want my employer's attention, Mr. Fry.
Oh, I positively crave it. But you'll do for now.
As you like.
Yeah, to be honest, I think Brotherhood was the best gameplay game of the old engine. I enjoyed it more than Revelations as well. Like as a whole, you know, considering like all the activities you had in the city and how it all got together. The improvement it brought over AC2 were really nice. Okay, let's see if we can get the Helix Stitch here. There we go. Also got the Secret of London over here.
You're with me.
What's the matter with him?
Yeah, that's fair, Infinity. Like Origins just hits different, I think. The whole story of Bike is just so personal. And the voice acting also adds so much for me. But yeah, also gameplay wise, you know, it really was brave to change the series so much while still preserving a lot about it, like especially narratively. But yeah, gameplay wise and exploration wise, it really felt like a complete breath of fresh air to me. I was actually super surprised how much I enjoyed it, because I watched like tons of videos before it launched, like really like trying to argue for myself, like, do I want to go with a new direction or not? Ultimately, I gave it a go, and after one day of playing, I was like already so hooked on Origins. It really surprised me how much I enjoyed it. And yeah, the DLCs also, like, Origins probably is the game with the best DLCs, if you consider both of them.
Somebody, there's been an accident! Who could do such a thing?
It's That's why I went to EGX to try it before release. Yeah. Remember you also mentioning back then that you also went to EGX for Odyssey as well, didn't you? So remember how you told me about the combat system being like more difficult and stuff? Oh yeah, those are the times. But Odyssey wasn't released yet. Before shit happened. To catch an urchin. Jacob and Evie search for the elusive Clara O'D.
What is this place?
It's nice to meet you both at last. This is Babylon Alley. Here we make it our business to know the streets and provide children with the opportunity to control their own destinies.
Clara. Mr. Green said we might be able to help one another.
In exchange for our services, we ask a small favor.
Well, why not? You seem to have taken most of my money. Why not take a small favor, too?
There are several factories about the city that are powered almost entirely by child labor. Those children work long hours with little pay, and most are not permitted even to leave the factory grounds. They suffer terribly. I need you to save them.
A small favor.
In return, we offer you intelligence, something you clearly need.
Now, hold on a minute.
I'm late for an appointment. What are these terms?
We accept.
Pleasure doing business with you.
We offer you intelligence, something you clearly lack. Savage.
Who is she hiding from? What's she doing back there?
Yeah, that's fair. Infinity. If you also had like more fun as a game as a whole, with Odyssey vs Valhalla.
Bloody children. They seem cheap, but you must replace bread every other week.
We have a leader. Okay, let's read about this factory here. Let's see. Question log. Child liberations. Is it this one? I think that's the one. Yeah, it must be. The Redcliffe Mill. Embracing steam power brought new life to Redcliffe, which moved from the countryside and into the heart of London in the early 19th century. More recently, the factory has gained a sour reputation for forcing its laborers to remain well past reasonable working hours, as well as for failing to provide proper wages. Ah damn, so you didn't even complete Siege of Paris then, Infinity? Interesting. Yeah, to be fair, I enjoyed Siege of Paris much more than Wrath of the Druids. I didn't play Dawn of Ragnarok though. I wasn't willing to pay $40 for one DLC, which also turned out to be falsely advertised.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
They said Dawn of Ragnarok equals like 40 hours of playtime or something. And it's like the biggest DLC to ever be released for AC. And I mean, it was like 20 hours completionist. That's like almost the amount of time I spent on Siege of Paris. And I also watched cutscenes before Dawn of Ragnarok release, and I thought the writing was awful as heck from what I've seen. Which didn't surprise me because it's Ubisoft Sofia that worked on it. Of course, are also the guys behind Rogue, so yeah, I don't know. I didn't have any intention to play it yet. I might get it if I get a good deal on the DLC before I start potentially playing it on Valhalla. Because I would like to play all of the story content. But yeah, I don't know, it didn't appeal to me too much yet. It's actually the first time that I didn't play AC content on release since... since... Revelations? I mean, I didn't play 2 Brotherhood and Revelations on release, but shortly afterwards. Like a few months. But yeah, ever since AC3 I played each and every game on release. Even DLCs. But yeah, the first time with Dawn of Ragnarok I didn't do that. And yeah, that's the other thing, right? It seems also like super repetitive from what I've seen, Dawn of Ragnarok. And then like way too fantastical without like properly explaining the connection to the Isu. And they also say stuff like, you know, they did intentionally, like were intentionally trying to keep it open for interpretation. Which to me equals to they were too lazy enough to like properly work out the story. But yeah. AC2 was the only one you didn't play on release, and technically 1. 2 was the first, then you went back to play 1 after. Yeah, the first AC game I ever like had my hands on was actually the first at a friend's on the Xbox back then. But I didn't really play far into it, like the first sequence or so. But I watched like a lot of YouTube on AC1 as well. And then AC2 was like the first game I really owned, which I got like shortly after release. I think at the beginning of 2010 or something. And I just played the shit out of AC2. Once I finished the game, I basically restarted immediately. And yeah, Brotherhood also got pretty shortly after release. Revelations I didn't, because Brotherhood was already running really bad on my PC, so I didn't think Revelations would do the job. So I actually skipped on Revelations first and played AC3 and then Revelations afterwards. I kinda gave Revelations even a try, but my PC just couldn't handle it. But yeah, starting with 3 I had like the capacity to play all the games on release. So that's what I did.
Why is she hiding?
Okay. It's a leader kid. Time to free the children here.
Oh Lord, please let me live!
You were console gaming all the way up till Black Flag? Was a few months after Black Flag release that you got a PC? Ah, I gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, I played all of the AC games on PC, like always. Didn't have a console other than a GameCube at that point. That's crazy how powerful the knives are, honestly.
Bloody vandals.
There we go. King War available. Let's do this. First I wanna collect some chests here.
Life have I been treated?
Gotta get money.
How are you there, Evie?
Oh, there's another glitch here. Kinda wanna play Origins now, but you gotta finish DL2. DL2 Infinity? But yeah, I mean, always a good time to play some Origins. If you ask me, at least. There's never a wrong time to play Origins.
Take this!
Dude, I didn't get anything. Ah, Dying Light. Nice, dude. Yeah, I heard good things about that game. How have you been enjoying it so far? Did you actually see the video that Stora made on Dying Light? Like the parkour team from the UK? Because they did like a cooperation video with Dying Light where they organized themselves kind of like a cast and set within the Dying Light universe, I guess, and made like a parkour video on it. Really cool stuff. Okay, let me check my weapons real quick. Okay, we have finished with cane sword currently. We have 3 skill points. That's actually enough to get to the next level. Let's do that. Let's see. Let's get Scavenger 2 so we get even more resources. And then we get the Slayer ability. Level 3. Okay, let's use the Abbas Mirror Cane Sword. A beautiful fission weapon bearing the intricate work and emblems of the Indian Brotherhood. Then we can use the Industrial Gauntlet. A no-nonsense mechanical monster, this gauntlet has killed only slightly fewer people than poor work conditions and coal dust. You seen it? Nice. I really enjoyed it. Also the behind the scenes on it. Not really worth getting this pistol for the clip size. Belts, we could get the Noble Assassin belt. May your dedication to the creed guide you during combat. Specialization, defense. Okay, I'm gonna keep the outfit for now. Yeah, there we go. Gang War, Whitechapel. Rexford Kalog. A child of Whitechapel, Kalog knows every nook and cranny of a borough, giving him a significant strategic advantage. Cunning and charismatic, he likes to play with his foes before launching an attack from above. It's a good game, it's just you've been in a rut recently, so been finding it hard to stick to something. I've been playing a lot since you got the new car. Ah, I gotcha. That's definitely fair, Infinity. Maybe just needed a bit of a break or something, you know. Until you get like full motivation to game some more. Right, let's do this.
Ah, there you are. All that stands between you and Whitechapel is the villain controlling the borough. Kalog has demanded you settle the claim for territory in a gang fight.
His loss?
Yeah. I'm sure you can put this to better use than I can.
Oh, what's this, Greenie? Assassin Christmas.
Gather your allies.
Assassin Christmas. Reaching high levels allows you to equip better weapons, accessories, and outfits. Gear can be upgraded to improve their stats and reach their full effectiveness. Okay, I'm still gonna keep the Kane Swordwall because I just like it.
Mr. Rexford Kaylock has agreed to your terms and waits for you at the Whitechapel train station. He's bet his train on the fight.
No Kaylock. No matter.
Attack! There you are.
Give me double.
Take down all of you. He's all leaving and ready to fire. He's in beside. Spillers in it over the floor.
It appears to be broken.
Oh well, at least we have a train now. It's not all bad.
Kaylock is dead. Whitechapel is no longer in the hands of the Blighters.
You now have the chance to join our ranks. We welcome all who would stand up to Starrick and his cutthroats.
Welcome to the Rooks.
Welcome to the Crooks.
I'd rather throw myself to the tracks and run Bertha another mile for that doty ball-bag.
Kaylock? He's left the station.
Mel, hello, fancy pants. And who might you
I'm
two
Evie
be?
Fry, and this is my brother, Jacob Fry.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Agnes McBean.
A delight.
I thought I was getting a promotion. I suppose I'm out of work now.
Come work for us instead.
I won't bile your heat. You pay better than scraps?
I'm sure we can at least match that.
Then may I present to you Agnes and Bertha, lady and locomotive, at your service. I'll be in the next car.
A hideout on the rails. What an excellent idea.
Yes, it all worked out rather well. Now, I would like to follow up a lead on... Jacob? Is this serious?
I'm not doing anything until this gets fixed.
I believe I know someone who can help with that.
I knew you would, Greenie.
The way they look at each other. I can read to TV. Amazing. And you didn't finish a new Far Cry either. You did finish a New Horizon 4 and got Platinum. That game was really good. The New Horizon Zero Dawn. Nice, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that game looks really gorgeous. I'm glad that you enjoyed it as well as the game as a whole. White Monk, first AC played shit out when you went over AC2, the same total of Brotherhood. Where this is going next, I was not a fan of Unity, it was okay plus Black Flag, but then Syndicate came out, Origins you like, but you don't like Odyssey, Better Valhalla, just can't get into it. Yeah, I mean AC2 and Brotherhood and Revelations, like all of these Ezio games are just, you know, the glory days of AC, I guess. Like both gameplay-wise, they really put AC on the map, I think. And also story-wise of Ezio and Desmond, just such a memorable story. It never really gets old. But yeah, I think like all of the AC games really has something to offer. Some more than others in some categories, but yeah, they all are good games, I think. Zero Dawn was Poggers. Sorry, it was Horizon Forbidden West, right? Sorry. But yeah, either way, I'm glad you enjoyed both games.
You know, a mite of money goes a mickle bit in this city. Think of the power of good you can do with the purse you bring.
Let's get some money.
Talk of a store in London. Well, now's your chance. That there map shows who to speak to. Old friends, if you will. Give him a whiff of that sterling, and maybe you can save us all from having to lay down our knife and fork afore we're ready.
Yeah, I catch Infinity. Yeah, man. I love the underwater locations from what I've seen, like gameplay-wise. Forbidden West, just so beautiful. I haven't finished Zero Dawn. Interesting. I mean, that's the one that I finished. I thought it was good. Like, I enjoyed the game. But more of a gameplay, I think, than the story. I know. I can definitely see the appeal, like also to the universe and stuff, but it didn't feel like super innovative to me, to be honest. And I thought a lot of the dialogue was a bit uninspired, and it didn't help that a lot of the animations and dialogues were like very samey and robotic, and a lot of the faces just looked samey as well. I didn't really have a connection to a lot of the characters in the world, which of course a story should do to you. But yeah, it's very subjective. I mean, I know tons of people who love the shit out of Horizon's Zero Dawn's story and the characters and stuff. But they didn't quite 100% land for me. But I do love the combat, you know, and like fighting with dinosaur machines and stuff. It never gets old. Also, the exploration was quite nice, I felt. Also, hey, Velaf. Sorry, I kinda oversaw you earlier. But welcome in. I think you triggered the soundbit earlier, didn't you? But yeah, welcome in. How's it going? You think it's probably you went on a rut again at the time and then couldn't get back into it. But Forbidden West, you went full on into it and played till you got the platinum. That's great, dude. Yeah, to be honest, if it wasn't for the stream, then I probably would have fallen into a rut as well with Horizon Zero Dawn. At some point my motivation was very no to continue. But I kinda powered through for the stream as well. And I'm glad I did. But yeah. I was like a little motivated at some point to continue. And yeah, I'm doing really good as well, love. We're just about to wrap up the stream actually. But I had a really good time with Syndicate today. Played for the introduction with the first two sequences and the first kind of like conquest of Whitechapel, which we have now done. But yeah, I'm just checking out some gang upgrades and stuff, and then we're gonna call it for today as well. So one thing I want to get at first is the city takeover, even though it's a bit more expensive. Because this one basically lowers the cost of all the other gang upgrades. So the earlier we get this, the better. But first you gotta get the black market affiliation. Ammunition comes cheaper when you know the right person. Save 25% on gun and throwing knife ammunition at any shop. Hey the Spectre, welcome in dude. 11k in the first sequence, wow. Yeah, I didn't spend too much money on other stuff. And tried to collect a lot of chests, so we got a bit of money here. Having a hand in black market dealings comes with its own benefits. Buy new weapons and other gear from the inventory at a discount of 20%. And then we're missing 10k here. Okay, can we get anything else? A Growler Boom. Rook Watchers, Rook Riders, Rook Training. Let's get the Growler Boom. Increase the popularity of a Growler. Look for more of his favorite on the streets of London. And I'm also gonna upgrade the Rooks to the 5th level here. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna get for now.
Enough shop talk. Believe Mr. Green said there was someone he wanted you to meet.
It's freaking hot here. You hate summer. Yeah, I'm not a fan of super hot temperatures either. We had like really hot weather last week. This week it's been a bit cooler. More like 20 to 25 degrees. Which is still alright. But yeah, I prefer like 10 to 20. Yeah, I'm definitely... I mean, I also love summer. But not for super hot weather. For example, I love summer nights. Like, you know, when it has cooled down a little bit, and because like also like brighter for a longer time, which I think is nice, like having longer days and stuff. And summer can also be nice if it's just not super hot, I guess. But yeah, once it gets into like a 30+ degree territory, I'm like, I'm out of here. But yeah, nothing better than summer nights. Infinity actually same. Easier to warm yourself up than cool yourself down. Definitely, yeah. More of an autumn-winter fella. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I love spring and autumn. Winter can be... I don't know, I'm not a big fan of like the really short days, you know, like having only small amounts of like daylight time. But if you have like a proper winter with like extra snow and stuff, then I love it as well. But if it's just like 0 to 5 degrees Celsius and like, you know, cold rain, then I'm like, yeah, this ain't too pleasant. I'd rather have like a proper, you know, winter, to be honest. But yeah guys, this is what we're gonna call it today though for AC Syndicate. We made some solid progress. Even though we took a long amount of time watching videos and reading up upon characters and stuff. But yeah, we're currently at 5% total sync. I reckon we're gonna fill the progress tracker up quite a bit by the end of this playthrough, considering that we do most of the activities here, minus the collectibles. But yeah, this should do for today. About halfway through sequence 3 here. Let's go ahead and quit the desktop. And then we're gonna have a look to see who's online. But yeah, first I want to thank you all so much guys for coming in and for joining today's session of AC Syndicate, as well as witnessing the start of our playthrough here. Definitely been fun, you know, getting back into it and playing more of this really great game. Definitely my favorite Quebec production, to say the least. No worries, Sherlocker. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the lurk, and hope you also have a good evening. Biased. I mean, I am. Cheers, White Monk. You have a great evening as well. Because the main character is named after you. Isn't that the reason why you like the AC movie? Callum? Hey there, Hero. Welcome in, dude. Been lurking, thanks for the stream. No worries at all, dude. Thank you for being here as well, Hero. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good lurk. Facts. Yeah, I knew it. But yeah, let's have a look who's online. Quite a few people streaming, actually. I think we're gonna go say hi to Maxi today, because I didn't get to catch a lot of his streams. And he's also playing some AC, currently with AC2 actually. He's planning on playing through the entire series, from AC1 to Valhalla eventually, so yeah. Currently on AC2, I think he also played Bloodlines even, so really going out of his way to get like the entire series done. So yeah, let's go ahead and start a raid for the Maxi. You don't like the movie as much anymore after watching it 4 times. That's fair. Yeah, it was definitely far from perfect, I think, but there's still qualities that I really enjoy about the movie, like the action and parkour scenes I thought were really cool. A lot of effort put into that. But yeah, story-wise, I think it would really have benefited from either being a show or just really setting it up as a trilogy in the first place. Like having both a modern day and historical part take like so much time of a movie felt like it didn't quite pay justice to either. There was also like so many scenes that got cut, right, like from a modern day as well, that really would have benefited, I think, Callum's relationship also to the other assassins and stuff. But yeah, I haven't seen the Uncharted movie actually. I still want to play through the Uncharted series first before I get to that. But yeah, I'm gonna play through 2, 3, and 4, and then I'm gonna have a look at the movie as well eventually. No worries, Rod. Thank you for being here, dude, and for joining. I appreciate it. Let me actually cancel the rating real quick. I don't want that to cut off anything. But yeah, thank you for being here, Rod. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night later. Watch a movie first, otherwise I will be disappointed. Yeah, that's what I heard as well, with the portrayal of Sully and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not like overly interested in the movie, to be honest, but eventually I want to give it a go. But yeah guys, I will catch you all next time. Tomorrow we'll probably play either Rayman Origins or Shadow of the Tomb Raider. AC probably will be back on Thursday, I would say. So yeah, until then, thanks again everybody for being here and for joining. And I will catch you all in the next one. Take care guys.